7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Open up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and the next thing you know, you're in there talking with friends of the feather, Doug, and they're talking about this wild card race, and here we go.
Only 4.5 out. Hello, wild card. You're not walking away from me. Daddy's still likey.
Nice.
God, it's so creepy.
We are right there. Right there. No matter how bad they play.
Mets and Diamondbacks both lost last night, so now the Reds are back in, and the Giants are back in, and of course the Cardinals are back in.
Keep an eye on the Marlins. Only a game and a half behind your St. Louis Cardinals.
That is true.
Braves have won 5 in a row. They're only 8.5 out with about, 10, 11 to play?
Yeah.
They're only 13 games under 500. They could still be a playoff squad.
So, Martin, my sweet spot is get the Cardinals to 77 wins, ship that bet, but then I can't have Chairman Bill DeWitt Jr. Inform the media and Cardinal fans watching that press conference that will be coming here within the next couple of weeks that they had a winning season like he did last year. And, Doug, I'll be fully transparent with you. It set me off.
Oh, did it really?
It did set me off.
Well, I think you're safe.
There will not be an 82-win season coming for this club.
Well, they would need to go 8-1.
That's right.
And what have you seen from the squad over the previous 153 that gives you an indication that they might just go 8-1?
The fact that Doug says daddy likey.
Well, the Brewers don't care right now, so that helps.
Yeah, they could be arresting some people.
Did you realize, and we should have, we're sports people in theory, the Cubs hadn't been in the playoffs since 2020. I didn't realize that. I feel like the Brewers and Cubs are in it every year. First time for them in 5 years. Cue Lisa's text saying they have a real manager.
Is it starting to feel like the Cardinals have more in common now with the Pirates than with the Brewers and Cubs?
Yes.
Over the last 3 years?
Yes.
Complete right down to the empty stadium look?
Yes.
That hurts.
And we got a view of a river just like them.
Yeah.
Sort of. Got to look around the buildings.
This could be, the Cardinals are 19.5 behind the Brewers. This could be the second year in the last 3 that they finished at least 20 games out, right? Yeah. Maybe the 70s had 3 years like this back to back to back, but I don't really recall that it was this bad.
That was the Joe Buck tweet saying, I grew up in the 70s sitting in the booth watching Cardinal baseball, and this is what it looked like.
Well, Daddy's still likey.
Nice. Okay.
Still very much likey.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
Well,
I always feel like that's Kenny Wallace saying, that's awesome.
That's Stingray, and he also is burying a damn gamecock, along with covering weather. Is he in Mississippi or Alabama?
I don't know. I don't say Mississippi.
I'm burying this damn gamecock.
How about that?
Burying him. Did we ever find out about the dog walk? Was Mizzou involved in a dog? Do we think that was just some gamecock hilljack?
That was not Mizzou. It's not Mizzou.
Right, give me that hand.
Those are some furries or something in Europe, I think.
And for the record, this show does not kink shame, just in case.
I do. I most certainly do.
Wow. I'm fired up about Jackson's big Thursday. It's a big drop Thursday.
Yeah, kind of sending a message in the early going.
Like
What's going on here with you, Papers?
Yeah, just, trying to bring the heat best I can.
Yeah, I like it.
It's a daily goal for me. Bring heat, rinse, repeat.
You're a heat bringer.
Try to be.
Okay.
Matt Holliday is going to bring the heat on the Stiefel dossier at 9 o'clock. Looking forward to that conversation. And you might notice on the Stiefel dossier that, unfortunately, the series wins record now falls below 500 with yesterday's loss to 22, 23, and 4. And that is going to be a problem for this 2025 club.
Well, that won't matter. It's just the fact that they don't have more wins. Series wins or not. You turn their record around, they're 74-79. If they were 79-74, this is a playoff squad. But unfortunately, you can't do that, as far as I know.
Well, Manford's opened a lot of new ideas. Maybe you could have a golden ticket late in the year.
That'd be fun.
Only one team can use it, and you can flip your wins and losses.
Right.
Yeah, Willy Wonka. Was that Slugworth who was his nemesis? But then it turned out, spoiler alert, 5 seconds, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Slugworth was actually an employee of Willy Wonka.
Oh, really? Okay.
Wait till you guys find out I was sent here by Hubbard. I've been documenting this entire year. You're all in trouble.
Oh, my gosh.
Think about it.
I see the Rockies lost again last night, so they're now 70 games under the 500 plateau.
Nice.
70.
But what if they win the golden ticket? Then they get to flip their record.
Yeah, then they
That'd
become a
be nice.
111-41 ball club.
Record setting. They'd probably have to put an asterisk because it came with the Manfred golden ticket, but 111-41 looks pretty good right now.
If you could pick,
Listening and learning.
if you could pick a roster of any 25 major league players, all-star team, and put them all on one team, and had them play a regular season schedule against the other clubs, what kind of record do you think they'd put up?
Oh, I like this. This is a clearing the deck early in the show. It's really early.
It does have clearing the
It's
deck.
a little bit of heavy lifting, Doug, at 7:05,
Yeah.
but
You think they'd win 120,
30 maybe?
25?
Yeah, it's a good question. Who's managing?
Ollie, who else?
Okay.
I don't know.
You'd probably have some blown saves no matter
Oh,
what.
yeah, they
It's
just lose a few.
Little early for a twisted tea, huh, Martin? That's from Doug's Hole Inspector. Are you drinking booze over
I've
there?
got
I
a
like that.
LaCroix. Oftentimes my...
Isn't that a ladies' drink, don't you think? Am I right on that?
It's sparkling water.
It's sparkling water. My wife has got me onto the sparkling water. I'm trying to drink less soda.
It's a unisex beverage.
Thank you, Papers.
And I understand that, but I feel like you don't see like a lass sitting there with a Busch beer too often. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but when you do, you lock it up.
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
You lock
JR
one
on
up.
line 1 says he sees it all the time.
Yeah. Well, in Jackson's area of town.
But you don't see men drinking LaCroix.
Not absolutely, but I would say it's more of a ladies' drink. My wife,
I would say that's
think,
a higher percentage, yes,
Okay.
for sure.
Is it just because of the name?
Well, if it was a Perrier.
I feel like a gentleman at the club, maybe after a squash, will have a Perrier.
I think it's because of the French name.
Well, if you had a liter of seltzer water, would that be better? Even though it's ultimately the same thing.
I always like to go to the corner gas. So you got any LaCroix back there? But it's come up before. People have asked if I was drinking a margarita the other day.
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah.
Not this early.
But 30 minutes ago, you guys were chatting about iced tea.
Yeah,
We'll get back to it.
Yeah, you can call in and talk about iced tea with us. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Then you got those Air Comfort Service text lines. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Open up the YouTube app, type in TMASTL, subscribe to it. Now it's 6,100 subscribers. And then you're in there talking to Hunter, John Scores, Doug's Hole Inspector, Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter, and the TMA remote lamp who's talking to Kitty Bates. And they're all in there and they're talking it over. But you don't have to talk it over. You can just observe the show. And it's also a way to go back and podcast. When I go back and most podcasts at this point have video, and you can go back and you can podcast on the YouTubes, Doug. You can podcast on the
Okay, yeah.
YouTubes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
Nice.
I do.
All right.
That's what I'll do with the Colonel's postgame show.
That's on YouTube as well.
And
he is dressed or topless?
there are requests for shirt removals, but to date, he has not. I think if they are undefeated going into Roll Tide and they beat him, I think the top comes off and reveals nipple tassels.
Oh.
Oh, you ask the question, then you get the answer, and you get mad about it.
Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
I would love to hear the off-air conversation of Gabe with his new colleague, Cody.
Yeah, the mustached Cody.
And just says this kind of this weird element that it has to do with this radio show in St. Louis. And they're just a little
We've ruined it
weird
for him.
And guess what?
Chicken wings on the potty.
They'll be coming for you, Cody, just so you know.
Do not for a second tarnish the name of LaCroix. Grandpa Licks will have something to say about that. That's from Mr. Licks, who I guess has some equity in Martin's sparkling water. I did not know that. Boy, they are so diversified over at the Licks house.
Yeah, they must be.
What's the flavor there, Martin?
This appears to be a tangerine
Oh, nice.
variety.
Nice. A little citrus action in the morning.
Is that even more feminine, tangerine?
What's the most manly fruit?
That's a nice question. I guess a banana, eggplant.
First one's pretty phallic.
I
about
got
this
this
one?
banana
About the
here. Joey
second one?
Vitale scolds me. Here, I'm going to hold this up for the
Ooh.
YouTube.
Boy.
That's what I made a sound over here when I arrived, and that's because I pulled out the banana. I go, what in the hell is going on? It's just bruised like the Dickens.
But
Martin.
how did you package it? You probably had it next
Tossed
to
it in my bag like I've been
But
doing for 21
You
years.
can't do that. The banana gets beat up in the bag, and then you take it out, and it looks abused.
Yeah. Didn't you have an issue with that with a a protein bar in your golf bag that got smeared all over your grips.
And then it was all over my grips, and Doug had averaged adding 1.4 strokes per round is what the strokes gain data. If you have a protein bar all over your grips and making it all slick.
I had a protein bar driving once when I'm wearing khaki pants. A little piece of it broke off and got on the seat, got on the back of my pants. And I get up and I've got what looks like chocolate fudge on the back of my pants. It's a fun day. Fun times.
Text inbox now activated, and the Collier and Thompson phone lines are too, because Chairman Steve heard the story, and he is on the line immediately.
Oh, my.
Okay.
It's amazing how it works. Chairman Steve is on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Chairman.
Okay, all right.
What's
Hello.
wrong with enthusiasm,
It's a lot
Doug?
of yelling.
Fired up. It's Thursday.
Okay.
Were you ever a special teams coach? I feel like you'd have the Frank Gans bullhorn.
I was a junior football coach. I ran the junior football program in Eureka for 15 years.
Oh,
buddy.
did you?
All right, there you go. So I was dead on.
Oh, God, I was so happy when that was over.
Chairman, are you taking questions? I know you have a lot of material you're going to get to. But the other
Go
day,
ahead.
I was in the dugout interviewing Miles Michaelis for a TV segment. And we were talking about balcony guy. And that would be you. And I said, yeah, I think he's kind of given up on the season, no offense. And at the end of the interview...
Did you say that to
Yes. And at the end of the interview, we started hearing somebody... And I said, I think we jinxed it. Were you bellowing from the balcony on Tuesday?
I was giving the Reds players some trouble.
Okay.
They were tossing around the football. Did you see them out there? With
Well,
the
because
football?
the Cardinals didn't have batting practice. They had a team photo, so then the Reds were out there earlier. No, so it was you is all I need to confirm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I just said you were done. And there you were.
No, I kind of left them alone for a while just because they were playing so bad. And the other one who waved to me is Donovan. I call him Donnie when I yell down. I don't know if I'm out of line doing that. I don't know if I'm out of line doing that. But I got. Thanks for the question, Martin. But I got an important update. I played Belle Reve yesterday. 2 birdies and a 103. But the most important part of the day was I met Stan the caddy.
Oh, Doug,
did you?
Stan the caddy. Were you in our pairing when we were
No.
led by Stan? Jackson, you were in that pairing, were you not?
Yeah, it was you, me, Plowhawk, and Ken Iggy Strode.
That's correct. I don't know if Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat to regale us, but Stan was the caddy. I think this was probably a media day because I don't think he would have been out there on Mondays, which is kind of more of a meat and potatoes day for Belle Reve golf. And he was not impressed with the Plowhawks club selection, a little frustrated by it. And then on 18, Iggy made some kind of pronunciation that he was going to deliver. I can't recall what it was, so I shot video of it. Doug, the ball came off the club face, and he did a club twirl, and it landed about 30 yards short of the green.
Yes, I remember that.
And Stan was on the bag, and he just put his head down, defeated, shook his head, and made the walk up the final 160 yards and shut her down for the day, knowing that the tip probably wasn't going to be the Belle Reve standard with the pairing that he had.
Especially when the Plowhawk asked where the ATM was.
That's correct. Not a lot of ATMs. Belle Reve.
They installed one. I saw it there when I was there in the locker room.
Nice.
But he seemed surprised and kind of bewildered why we wanted to meet him. But we were at the turn, and we were getting some beverages, and we were probably 3 to 4 beverages deep. And the member who was with me, or who brought me, was like, hey, there's a guy over there who's a caddy with a name tag of Stan on. We got to go meet him. So we go and meet him. And then our caddy was like, what's going on? So we told him on the back nine what was going on. And I think there might be some ball busting going on in the caddy shack after Matt, our caddy, listens to the show. We told him where to go and find the Stan the Caddy shows, so he could find out exactly what happened, and I think he's going to enjoy it. So.
Nice. So Stan the Caddy's going to listen to the stories about Stan the Caddy.
Got it. Okay.
And there's a guy who texts into the show as Stan the Caddy. But, Doug, there's a part of you who thinks it might not be actually
Probably
Stan.
not him, no.
We told them that. We told them that too. The other thing is I got a cut, and then I went to the symphony afterwards. Very nice.
Belle Reve and the symphony, Doug.
Gosh,
This is an old money
unrelatable.
show.
Yeah.
It's Hoosier Symphony though, the free one where they play at Art Hill. So you see some characters out there. It wasn't, you got people in and the broads behind me were just talking.
Doug, it's like the chairman of the board
You
just
can't say
called it.
broads.
But that's come on.
Okay,
Gal.
gaslight girl, boss geek.
The ladies behind me were talking the whole time, which was rather annoying. But I got something to say, too, about these people walking around with these weighted vests. Have you seen this?
I have, yeah.
You look like a damn fool. I see a ton of them at Francis Park, and men and women both, you look like an idiot walking around with these weighted jackets. It's not like you're jogging. Like if you were doing a full-on workout and had that weighted thing on, fine, but they're walking at like a snail's pace around Francis Park with these little jackets on. I don't like it at all.
Are you sure they're not bulletproof vests?
Well, you might need that downtown, but Francis Park is pretty safe there, Dougie.
Okay.
Maybe they're working on their vertical leaps. That's a good way to get your ups up.
That helps a lot.
Jackson, you're too young. Did you ever wear the ankle weights to improve your hops?
100%.
Okay.
And the weighted vest.
All right.
Okay.
I'll allow it, Jackson.
I'll allow it.
You didn't know any better.
I just think these people are trying to poke.
Also, I'm moving on.
Moving on.
I really hate. I've seen the previews for this Christy Martin movie, and I don't like when hot gals ugly it up for these roles.
Doug, we went from broads to gals. Does that help?
Yeah, that's a little
Well,
better.
I'm trying to go a little lighter on it, but what do you think, Jackson? Have you seen the preview?
Yeah, Sydney Sweeney.
Has this been discussed on Movie Boy?
It is not, but I'm sure it will be. It's Sydney Sweeney plays, Christy Martin.
What do
Naturally.
you think, buddy? I don't like it at all.
I'm excited to see it.
I don't like her uglying herself up. She looks like she put on a little weight.
Well, she's
role.
portraying a real person, so trying to
Yeah, but
look.
why don't they just take an ugly gal and cast her rather than take a pretty gal?
Surprised you're not in
ugly her up?
production meetings now. Such progressive talk about these things.
Do you remember it ruined? I used to love Charlize Theron, and then to see her as the serial killer gal.
Was that
it
Monster?
terrible.
Yeah,
I
only
think so.
only
She
won
won
her
an Academy Award.
only
did she
won
not?
her an Oscar.
Well, of course she won an Academy Award. Like it's like Rain Man too. He played an autistic guy and got the thing. But like I don't understand that. It's not that great of acting. It's just uglying up. You're doing
That
things
happened on the
completely
male
up.
side
I don't
with
like
Matthew
it.
McConaughey. Was that Dallas Buyers Club?
The Academy Awards love awarding body
Horrible.
transformation. They like
But it's not even.
well, like
Castaway
losing weight, gaining weight. They love
Horrible.
they often prioritize that.
What
over
about Tommy Hank and Castaway? Did that win anything?
No.
Okay,
I don't
never
think he
mind.
won. He already won for Philadelphia.
Didn't
and
Farrah
Forrest Gump.
Fawcett do that too? Didn't she have a movie where she was?
The Burning Bed.
Is that what it was? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy was beating her and he burned him alive. Which I'll allow it.
Spoiler
too.
alert.
What do you think, Movie Boy? What's your opinion on that transformation thing? Giving him an Academy Award.
Sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's like kind of like, can we look past that and then maybe analyze it? It's case by case.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
Chairman,
But
by
I
the way,
mean,
by the way, we do have Matt Holliday at
ahead.
9 o'clock, just to give you a quick heads up.
I won't be on that long.
Okay.
Matt the Bat. I love Matt the Bat. But all right, guys. Well, you guys have fun in Columbia. Tim, are you going down there too? Aren't you bringing a kid or one or two?
We're going to bring the 8-year-old. The 3-year-old
That's
is
smart move.
not going to be making the trip. Martin, you think that's the right move, right?
Leave the 3-year-old behind. Absolutely.
Chairman, are you on board with that? I know you're not necessarily on board with children.
Even though he
The
has
8-year-old is. I mean, I did all that stuff when I was younger too. The only problem is you're not boozing. But
Yeah, but we're only going down there for one night, so. Part of me is like,
spending the
maybe I
night?
shouldn't even bother with the hotel because if I'm not going to be drinking, I could just get back, probably 12:30 or something.
I'd bolt home after that.
That's kind of what I'm
I
thinking.
don't-
Listen to the Colonel's post-game show.
Oh my God! I need to listen to that or call in or something. But
Yeah, you need to be a voicemail on the Colonel's postgame show after your mic drops during balloon party. That's your move.
I'm going to a wedding on Saturday night, so do you think I could leave it like run in the bathroom and leave one and
Yes,
during the game?
absolutely. He'll love it.
Do you know if they have TVs at the art museum?
Doug, do they have TVs at the art
No, I don't believe so. No,
This guy sure is highfalutin.
but you probably have one on your phone. You could probably get it on your phone. Watch the game there.
4 inches is fine. Yeah, that TV on the phone. I'll do that. I'll do that, Doug. What do you? I'm a little worried about this high spread. What is it at now? 11.5?
I think it dropped.
I think it's a 10.
It dropped now that Beamer is telling Pete Thamel that LaNorris is likely to play.
I'm on board with Jackie too. I don't like this Beamer. You know, he's a live wire on the sideline. He gets way too charged up about things. But
Papers, you want me to push Holliday back? 15.
10.5 is the number now, Chairman. 10.5.
10.5. All right. I don't like it. I don't like big spreads like that. But who knows? I mean, Vanderbilt whooped their ass, and that was down in Columbia.
Willie
right?
B. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Okay. Anything else we can help you with?
No.
Is that
I
it?
don't know, Doug. What do you think? Martin, you got anything else? Any other questions for me?
They're probably up against a break. Traffic and weather. Tim, is that on the 2s or on the 3s?
It's always been on the 2s.
The 2s.
Yeah, that sparkling water is a little effeminate. All right.
The sparkling water, the sparkling LaCroix. Doug, you say LaCroix, LaCroix.
I usually say LaCroix.
Yeah. What do you think it is?
Pretty tasty.
I don't know.
Refreshing is
Doug
what
would-
it is.
Yeah, I have
Doug
those at
would
home.
say LaCroix. I thought he would. I say LaCroix.
Okay.
I'm refined. I'm very refined.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right.
There he is, Chairman Steve and Wildwood Doug, Belle Reeve and the Symphony. Yesterday, the Art Museum wedding on Saturday. This is just an old money show.
I don't think it counts that you went to the Symphony when you went to Forest Park. The Symphony is Powell Symphony Hall. It's not Art Hill.
If you're capable of 2 birdies, is it hard to shoot 103? Like getting birdies at Belle Reeve would be kind of tough to do.
I legitimately was curious which holes he birdied.
There's a lot of problems out there to be had.
Doug, you like that? There's a lot of problems out there.
Sure, if you're good enough that you can knock out a couple birdies, you got a little bit of game, but then you still shot 103.
It's a wild game out there, man.
It's a wild.
How about that, Martin?
Hole by hole, shot by shot, the world can shift on its axis in no time flat.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is the most polarizing phone call we've had since the Mr. Licks calls. I mean, there are people who love Chairman Steve, and there are people who hate Doug with an intensity of thousands of suns. Chairman Steve. My God, this guy is the biggest D-bag in St. Louis. That's Lady Sonia's teacup. Thank God he's done. That's from The Big Show. Jump off that balcony. That's from Jackson's Boy Body. It's La Croix because it's made in La Crosse, Wisconsin. It's not dainty. It's practically a beer. That's from Arbor Day. Martin, you got an endorsement from Arbor Day.
Wow.
An Arbor Day endorsement's pretty powerful around this show.
0 calorie, 0 sweetener.
Does it say it's made in La Crosse, Wisconsin?
It is.
Is it? Mm-hmm. I didn't know that.
Its name is pronounced like the St. Croix River.
Well, this goes back to my defense of Pat Murphy and Ken Rosenthal.
Yes, you're a passionate Wisconsin sport. Another great call. As I always say, unless it's Steve or Adam, do not answer the phone lines under any circumstances. That's Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Okay. Those are the only 2 who can call?
Per Carlos Spicy Wiener, that's
Okay.
correct. Dude's a legend. That's from the Plumber. I love the Chairman. That's from the 314. Chairman Steve is the GOAT. That's from the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Hopper. So you see, Doug, it's polarizing. It's polarizing.
I just don't think you want to huff a lot of fumes in Bridgeton. They've had some problems there.
Clip that off and then maybe put it on the drops of the week or maybe just stop short.
162 friends have already gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. That's where you can watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners should you desire to do so. And also you can email into the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. We're going back up into the 90s. We're going back up into the 90s, Doug. 91 today. Then I think it's over. And then starting on Tuesday, nothing but highs in the 70s. Fall time is here?
Fall time is here.
And precipitation in the forecast in the St. Louis area Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So, fall time may, in fact, be here. But today, it is going to be 91, as perhaps the last days of the intense summer heat will be in our rearview mirror after today. But if you deal with an air conditioning issue, you just go to designairservice.com and you work with Seth Goldcamp, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor the email today online at designairservice.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling. We're all clients. We recommend you become one as well. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Whoa!
Gosh. And this counts as music? And somebody actually did that as a real rap song?
That's a friend of the program, Stingray.
Well, I know who that is, but I mean, he copied it from someone, or he make that up? Is that original music?
Is that not John Cena's whole theme music thing?
I mean, when that music starts playing and you're in the building, the place is up for snatch grabs.
What does that say about our country? That just that could send a building up for snatch grabs?
Well, it's not sung by Stingray. When
So
John
who is
Cena
it?
plays
Can
it,
you
it's
find
not.
the real
who does
version
it?
of that? Can we?
I don't know who originally sings it. I'll find out.
Okay.
Jim Johnson usually is the engineer
Jim Johnson.
behind a lot of the WWE themes, but I think the original was lyrically John Cena.
Oh, okay. So it's just a John Cena entrance song. It's not a song that made it big somewhere.
That song's more annoying than the chairman. That's from Grandma Johan.
Well, it's not for everybody.
He did a fabulous job of delivering it, though.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
quite a
delicious
vocalist.
compliment. Program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA YouTube channel. And we welcome you to participate in a wide variety of ways. Call in 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. You are also welcome to text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And, of course, you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL, where John Cusick's talking to Jeremy Hodge and the Pope and Zach Zane and Chris Palmer. Chris Palmer's talking to Kitty Bates, so they're all in there. Doug, you say that your dad likes the wild card, but the Reds play-by-play man, do you know John Martin Sadak? Do you pronounce it Sadak? Sadak? S-A-D-A-K. Is that cool? Is that cool?
S-A-D. I don't know.
Is that cool?
I haven't heard that name.
John Sadak of the Reds making an observation during the Reds' trip here to St. Louis this week. Take a listen if you would.
There's been a mediocrity compared to a decade of dominance they enjoyed in the division not all that long ago. Self-anointed the best fans in baseball, and then once the mediocre play comes, fans stop showing up. So it's great to cheer a team that wins annually. Yeah, nobody else does that.
Hey.
Wow.
Stop it.
Doug said, hey.
Waited until things bottomed out to go after the BFIB. Wow. And in the past, that would have really activated the Cardinal fan base, but now they don't care.
I think that might sum it up nicely. Did you like the adjective self-appointed?
Yeah. Well, I mean, from like an outside perspective, I get why he would say that. I think when you like break out the context of it, there's obviously more nuance to it. But from an outside perspective, it's like tough to be like argue with it.
Well, John, as a voice of the Reds, you should be used to an empty stadium. Touche.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with much of anything that he said, really, isn't it?
Well, he was kind of pointing to the arrogance of the Cardinal fans, and I don't think it's as simple as, oh, the team's not good, they stopped showing up. He's kind of alluding to a bandwagon mentality, and I think this runs a little deeper. There's a little more nuance, Doug, than it's just, well, if they're good, we show up. If they're bad, we don't, which is how he sort of overgeneralized it, I would say.
Well, it would be interesting to see what the attendance figures were the last couple of times that they've had really horrible seasons. If people still show up in years when
2023, which was a bad year, you're on the heels of 2022.
Yeah.
So I think you still got to the 3 million mark.
Yeah. I still don't like guys coming in here to our town and taking shots at us.
Nice. Good for you.
Should have had Big Irish waiting for him as he left the booth.
What kind of crowd they have last night? I didn't see the box score.
Well, it was a day game, and it was hot. And it was the Cards and Reds. In spite of the wild card allure,
correct,
it was a little lean.
Oh, they announced 23,462.
So I'll get you to about 9, maybe.
Had went to that Billy G's. Doug, you like to get the park steak there? Is that right?
Yeah.
Went there for lunch with my wife, with both kids in school. And,
That's the best. God, that's the best. They look at
you're proud of that.
Oh, the midday, grab a little lunch, do whatever you got to do, middle of the day, and they're like, oh, no, it's almost 3.
Oh, and yeah, exactly right. There it is. And the game was on, so therefore, just, I happened to see it. And I thought to myself, oh, my God, there might be 3,000 people there. Mm-hmm. So I'm surprised to hear the announced attendance of 23,462 for the last 18
tickets
days.
sold.
Oh, I know.
But
it would be interesting on one of these games where there's almost nobody there if somebody actually would go section to section.
Do a count?
And do a head count.
There's a couple Oakland Athletic games in the last season where I think you could have done it from the TV broadcast. Mm-hmm. You could just hand counted.
There's probably some AI thing where you could take a wide shot picture and it could tell you about how many people were there.
Tell that Reds broadcaster to meet me behind the TGI Fridays on South Lindbergh. I'm going to beat his ass. That's from the Big Show, so he wants to go after the Reds guy who went after the Cardinal fans.
Is that the one by Ronnie's?
I think so.
Yeah.
You still cruise Ronnie's?
I might need a definition. Is that just like driving past it and playing music?
Yeah, ideally with a subwoofer to convey wealth.
Is that cool?
Oh, absolutely. And you go all the way down to Lee May Ferry, and then you turn around in the Melville parking lot and you come back.
Is that what people used to do?
Yeah.
Used to.
I think there is still a little of that still goes on a Friday night.
People just cruising? Just driving?
Cruising Lindbergh. Kids.
Yeah. I don't do that, no.
Yeah, I think it's the 101 ESPN YouTube chat, actually.
They'll hop in their car.
Alternate take here. What if the Cardinal ownership agreed with the Reds announcer?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And we've kind of delved into this, and we'll ask John Mozeliak in person, 6 days away from being here in studio. He thought we broadcast from Doug's basement. He was pleased to find out we're here at the Hubbard headquarters, and we'll find out more about kind of their stance. But in the past, Mozeliak has turned off fans by saying, hey, it's been pretty good around here. What do you expect? Which also, I think, falls in line with what the Reds announcer is saying.
Yeah. I'm sure if the Cardinals were 5 games in front, they wouldn't have such meager crowds as they have now. Fans wouldn't stay away because they disagree with John Mozeliak. If they had a winning team, they wouldn't.
I would continue to hammer what we had happen on this program the Monday after they had taken 2 out of 3 from the Cubs, and they were, I think it was 2.5 back of a wild card spot. I could be wrong. I think it was August because the trade deadline had come and gone, and it certainly wasn't September. And we asked people if they were like, okay, I mean, screw it. It's not going to benefit the trade deadline because it's come and gone. Are you now pulling for the Cardinals? And the overwhelming response was, I don't really care. And then second was, no, I'm not, because I don't want to see this model rewarded or Mozeliak rewarded. And that honestly surprised me. I'm not chastising it because this was each individual's opinion, but that's what we saw in the Air Comfort Service text inbox when we asked that question. If anything, it was, I don't know, about 2 out of 3 were apathetic, and then maybe about 20% were like, no, I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them win because I don't like what they're doing, and I don't want to see that rewarded. So,
well, I think it's a pretty cynical group of people that text into our text box too. I'm not sure that they're representative of the entire fan base.
Jackson, distance yourself.
I mean,
from
you read some of this.
Distancing.
You're reading some of the same texts I'm reading, right? I'm not sure they fairly represent the entire Cardinal fan base. I don't have any doubt that if they were better, if they were in it, they'd be drawing much bigger crowds.
That was the whiniest poll I've ever seen. I've turned around BFIB or whiny bitches. That's from the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer. F Mo, all my homies hate Mo. That's from the 314.
Well, whether he's popular or not, if he had a winning team, I think the crowds would be much bigger than they are now.
Hey, Mo, get us Bryce Harper. Hey, Mo, get us Bryce Harper.
Huh.
Is that a tribute to Cardi B and she's pregnant with Stephon Diggs' child? Am I correct on that?
Yeah, nailed it.
I don't know what it says about this show, but we're kind of delving into Cardinal talk, and there's a lot of text saying the TGI Fridays by Ronnie's is closed, you doofus.
Yeah, it has been for a few months.
And then somebody said, you
Shut her down.
doofus. Like, you really should know that.
Is the building still there?
Building's there, but it's shut down.
So I believe the text said he wanted that broadcaster to meet him behind there. So the fact that it's open or closed is
Irrelevant.
Yeah, totally irrelevant.
There's a Three Kings in that.
On the other side, right? Okay.
You like those wings from Three Kings?
Well, I don't usually order
Big
the wings,
boys.
but I like the food there. Yeah.
Big boys.
Thick and meaty.
That's where I watched Vandy beat Alabama. That exact one. Mm-hmm. Then saw a picture. Pretty good evening.
Don't eat wings with Doug. You won't enjoy the experience.
Never mind. That was the Mizzou Texas A&M day. Bad day.
Oh, Tim, was it the Mizzou Texas A&M game when Jackson was eating?
And Marcel Reed didn't get the start.
No.
Now there's a good ice cream place in there. You could fight behind that building. It's Cold Stone, I think. Is that the ice cream place? Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
It's pretty good.
Yeah? You get some toppings in there, brother?
I don't need the toppings, just strawberry.
So you go to a place
Strawberry
that
ice cream.
specializes in crazy ice cream, you just get strawberry?
Absolutely.
Good for you. You're an American hero.
Yeah.
I agree with it. If you aren't feeling like an American hero, maybe you could become one by going to Mentality. Have you and your family seen a change in recent years? Not quite yourself anymore. Struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love. We'll put it this way. If your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? Could be you're getting older, or could be work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits, and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you change that. Mentality is online at mentalityhealth.com. I have been out there. I got tested. Super easy. In and out within 20 minutes, and super friendly staff. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com. 741 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Website is called autoloanpro.com. You go there, pick out a vehicle, and on top of that, they'll make sure you get a great rate. They're doing it by working with over 50 different lenders. And autoloanpro.com is here to help you no matter what your situation, no matter what your circumstance, going to get you into a new vehicle. Also try and help get your credit back on track. And they're putting their money where their mouth is by putting together a free playbook. If you go to that website, scroll on down, get the free playbook. They put this together to help you understand how the credit industry works, going to educate you on the entire process, and get yourself a new vehicle. Autoloanpro.com, because anyone could sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. It's a large purchase, gets complicated, especially with any hiccups you may have had. Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get back on track. 50 different lenders, not vendors, are going to get you the best financing, as little money down as possible. All of it. One website, it's autoloanpro.com. They're part of the Lita family. If you're financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro, Auto Loan Pro.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Lionel Messi and Inter Miami are close to finalizing a new multi-year contract for the club captain with just a few details left to be agreed upon, sources are telling ESPN. That was another Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Doug. Was it May 2007 or June 2007? Don't stop believing. Oh, was Meadow struck by that vehicle? Nay. But what was Tony Soprano's fate? We'll talk about it coming up.
Okay. Well, he didn't really have a fate because it was a TV show and they didn't do the next episode. It just went black and it was over.
What?
They would have to write another episode to know what his fate was, really. Right? Or you can just make up your own fate.
There you go. Now you're getting there.
Now you're getting there. See, that was a little condescending from Movie Boy.
I know.
Soon to have a new spinoff called TV Boy. I'd listen to that.
It's a lot.
Too much on your plate?
Yeah, that was just I wouldn't be able to cover all of it in a holistic fashion.
You like that there? Holistic fashion?
I think that was a little word salady.
You can share your word salad by texting in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in and vocalize it. Chairman Steve did that earlier in our 7 o'clock hour. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines at 314-974-0101. And then open up that YouTube app. Type in TMA STL. Now you got 212 friends because they're in there and they're talking. Like Bob Lucier's talking to Kitty Bates, who's talking to Jeremy Hodge, who's talking to Jake and St. Genevieve and John Cusick. They're all in there.
Okay.
Get in there and talk it over as they're enjoying it. And Doggy Season ticket holder says, a soccer update? What the hell's going on?
Hey.
But in the middle of the soccer update, Jackson, what happened there?
I felt, the entire time I was doing the Messi update, it felt like there was a pine cone in my throat. And by the time I took a break to go into the sponsored outro, I lost control of my windpipe. And I had to cough. I couldn't be sorry.
But it felt like you were spitting.
I didn't know.
That's what I took it as, too.
The
What do you
MLS.
mean?
This guy hates the beautiful game.
It's the GOAT. I'm not going to scoff at the GOAT.
You did an MLS update, and then you were so disgusted by it when you were done.
No. No, I don't scoff.
That's what it felt like.
I didn't mean to. If it came across that way, I couldn't be sorrier. But no, Messi's staying in Miami. A couple more years.
Yeah.
Pretty noteworthy.
Yeah,
and then I coughed.
And he coughed up a hairball right there at the end.
So I don't know what was going on there.
TMA welcomes you to participate in the program, and we have had Doug Armstrong in these very studios. He addressed the media right before camp gets underway today. He did so yesterday for his final time, Doug. His final time.
Really?
And he had a wide variety of things to say. And I think this was kind of a message to the fans as well as the team. And this is what he had to say about the charge last year that was 1.6 seconds away from getting the Blues to the Western Conference semifinals. Not necessarily meaning that momentum will carry over into the regular season. Here is Doug Armstrong.
It's great that Monty's going to have a full year, a full training camp to get us ready. I think one of the things you want to be careful against is when you finish as strong as you did, that you think that's going to be a natural carryover. One of the things you understand over time is that, like, Mayu doesn't care how we played, Suter doesn't care how we played, Buick doesn't care how well we played at the end. So we have to build our own team again. We have to start with that foundation. Now, there's a lot of things that the players can remember and learn from last year, but to think they can just replicate it by showing up, hockey doesn't work that way, the NHL doesn't work that way, and just the understanding of, when I look at the Central Division, how strong that is right now, we have to be ready to go, the start of the season, and it's gonna be a battle every night. And one of the things that, when you're coming from behind, you can sneak up on teams. This year, hopefully that we prove to some teams that we're a capable opponent, and we'll get their best game and they'll get ours, and we'll see how we fit.
No, he hit the goalpost. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a solid message. Hard to argue with that.
Because we always think momentum rolls into the next season. He's saying there's new guys showing up. They weren't here. But I think the overall vibe is that this team is, you're way more excited than you were a year ago because you didn't know anything about Holloway or Broberg. Jackson did a good breakdown on it, but other than that, in-depth breakdown.
He was a guest on the Last Minute Blues podcast.
To talk about the Oiler additions last second.
Could you imagine?
Cam and Strick had him in.
Someone need to write me a script if I had to do that.
Who do you think is the favorite to win the Chalice? According to FanDuel.
Florida.
Nice. Plus 650. But from the West, who do you think is the favorite?
Did you say the West, Tim?
Aye.
How about Dallas?
No, I'm sorry.
Vegas.
Jeez.
No, I'm sorry.
Same team that's been there the last 2 years?
Edmonton?
That's right.
Okay.
Plus 850. Panthers plus 650. Oil plus 850. Stars plus 900. Then you got to do a little scrolling, Doug.
Okay,
And then you got to do a little scrolling. If you want to put $100 on your St. Louis Blues to hoist the Chalice in June of 2026, at that moment, your man will hand you 50 $100 bills back, plus 5,000 for the St. Louis Blues.
Oh, okay.
The odds of the Blues to make the playoffs, which is more in the realm of reality, they are minus 120. So you put down 120, you win 100 if they get in.
Okay.
I got to tell you, I kind of like that bet.
Mm-hmm. It certainly feels like the last couple of years are trending in the right direction, and that they would start this season with the confidence that they are a team to be reckoned with.
It's fun to have a plan and then execute it. That's fun as a fan base.
Mm-hmm. Good times.
I didn't realize how much I missed those blues songs till you just played that. Felt like we had a new one every couple of days on the show. And Armstrong said, hey, we could knock on the door. And then a year later, he said, we're ahead of schedule. So he's not sandbagging. Now he's willing to somewhat embrace increased expectations, which is great.
The Blues point total over-under on FanDuel is 92.5.
Okay. Well, it would appear that just in terms of the entire roster construction, it's pretty good as far as a mix of young guys coming up who look very promising and some older stabilizing type veterans who are near the end of their career but should still have a few good seasons left. So it's a pretty good mix of talent they have right now.
What's your top concern, Doug?
Oh, I guess defense would still be the top concern. What would you say?
I got to see what Schenner's got left in the tank, right? Mm-hmm. He's my number 2 center. I'm hoping Schenner, because he's just invigorated by the younger crew there. I guess you could always look for drop-off. We're kind of assuming Holloway will be as good as he was, if not better, than he was last year. We're assuming Snuggerud's going to be a really good player right away. I think there's a lot of younger guys that we think are going to be really good, but until they do it, gotta wait.
Snuggerud.
Come mid-June, we could be hoisting that chalice.
Oh, baseline.
Should really feel better.
That's when you should be on the pontoon, is in June with the Chalice.
Snuggerud, DBA Jimmy Snipes, is 5th overall on FanDuel's Calder Trophy odds. He is at plus 1,600. If you want to fire a bet on that one. For the Vezina, I apologize, Connor Hellebuck is the favorite. And Jordan Binnington, who Jeremy Rutherford said in studio with us yesterday, he is very high on him this year. He just thinks he's going to lock in to be the Canadian starter in the Olympics. He is way down the list on this. He is 14th best odds at plus 3,500, Doug, for the Vezina.
Okay.
Cole Kmet of the Chicago Bears is the favorite to win the Norris Trophy. He is at plus 145. Yep.
He's skating now?
Yep.
I'll tell you, this Jackson fired off that Logan Stanley bullet pretty quick yesterday.
That was what a moment.
Want me to lose that equity real quick?
Yeah.
What's the Norris Trophy?
There you go. There you go. That's for the best tight end / defenseman in the NHL.
Oh, Komet's got to be minus 500. Can you name me another tight end? I bet Parayko could be a pretty good tight end.
Yeah, big enough.
Dominique Bird.
Dominique Bird.
Yeah, it didn't work out so well.
They call Dominique Wilkins the human highlight reel.
That's true. Getting it back to the NBA. Is
Great Hawks jerseys at that time, by the way. Those were outstanding.
Doug, snort up another rail of Adderall.
And if you win the Norris, Chairman Steve said, yeah, I got that thing. I believe he was referring to an Oscar earlier in the show. I said, yeah, I got that thing.
That's correct. Will Kyrou play winning hockey? That's a big deal. And will Falk continue to be awful? That's a big deal. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Don't yell at us.
He's been mad or sideways with Kyrou for quite some time.
Yes, that is a theme. 89 points, and they missed the playoffs. Save your money, Tim. That's from the Gray Summit, Gray Goose, Guzzler, and Doug. They are not happy about this.
No, they're never happy on that text line, ever. It's a bitter group of people.
Biggest question is whether or not Kyrou can even attempt to participate in a board battle. Forget about actually winning one. He's soft.
No.
That's from Sharon and Clayton.
He had 36 goals last year. He was a plus 23, 31 goals the year before, 37 goals the year before that. What do you want from the guy? He's not the greatest two-way player in hockey history, but he's the best offensive player the Blues have. Right there with Thomas. Better goal scorer than Thomas. He's not a rugged guy that's going to check the other team's best player, but he is going to get a lot of goals for you.
People would die to have.
Well, I'm not sure about his hair.
Here's if you want a value play for his swan song, if the Blues do have a wonderful regular season, Doug Armstrong plus 4,000 for the Jim Gregory Award, which goes to the GM of the Year. Just a small taste.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Now you're gambling on the Jim Gregory Award?
The Tam Avenue Capital Partners at this point are throwing Hail Marys just to survive.
Okay.
I was about to go full Jackson and say, I'm sorry, what is the Jim Gregory Award? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
I haven't either.
I believe Jim Nill has won it, he's the Stars GM.
Here's what I'll say.
That's NIL, kind of like the college money.
NILL.
I'm totally in favor of honoring these great people with these awards. Can we call it what the award actually is? But then you can still do it. Like the NBA, all those trophies are named after people.
Back to the NBA. Quit trying to groom me.
Okay, but like when I say MVP, you know what I'm talking about. When I just say a guy's name, I might not know what the award is.
Right.
It can be the trophy. It can be the Jim Gregory Trophy given to the best GM.
Why do you hate the Lady Bing?
Again.
Nice. Thank you, Martin.
What does that go to? Nicest fella?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
You're not far off.
The nicest fella award. When we give him the Lady Bing Trophy.
Even the Vezina Trophy, a lot of casual fans might not know what that is.
My point exactly.
Well, learn the game.
See, this is the problem.
Fella. But I think we all know what the Jim Gregory Trophy is.
Thank you. Jim Nill, former St. Louis Blue, too, Doug.
Goes back to when they just named the divisions after guys.
All right, Doug, this will freak you out because you think Big Brother is taking over everything.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you just looked it up, but I put into the old Google search here. I just had a blank thing, and it typed Jim, and it came up Jim Gregory Award. That's the first thing that came up.
Hate to burst the bubble. We're all using the same Google account, so it'll all kind of.
Wow, look at you, Weird. I see what you guys have been looking at.
Yeah. I'm trying to get Abigail Mack to do a comeback, so I apologize if that's in there over and over and over again.
Hillary's
Jim Gregory recently deceased former GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs and former NHL executive. That's who he was.
I'm with Jackson on this one. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse. How about that? A little support for you.
The Army's building.
Yep.
Yeah,
but isn't it fun to have a Vezina?
I couldn't agree more. I enjoy that these have cool names. I just think that the name of the award should be what it actually is, and then the trophy named after the people. That way you can still honor
that's
them.
What it is, and we're conflating.
But you want it to be the Lady Bing Nicest Fellow Award.
No, the Nicest Fellow Award, and then they get the Lady Bing Trophy.
Okay.
It's just a lot of work.
Can you imagine reaching the height of your profession and being a professional athlete only to have some yappy housewife with a prolific Advocare practice texting into his show to call you soft? What a world. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, and I feel like it might be directed toward the Clayton area.
I couldn't agree.
She has a prolific Advocare practice?
I don't know.
Let's kind of get back to our conversation a week or two ago about like non-former athletes talking about sports. I think everything's in bound except for calling pro athletes soft. I find that to be like, I automatically unsubscribe when I hear that.
Well, then social media would go away.
Where's the problem?
But you gotta assume the guy typing that comment is not soft himself. He's a real hard Scrabble, go get him type of guy.
Right. Like, I think all criticism is inbound, but soft is like, I don't know.
It's impossible to gauge that, too. Even if you're in the press box, this team quit today. Like, then the coach says, well, the team quit today. Oh, okay, I thought Ron Washington, did your team quit about you today? Can I get an honest answer?
Well, it's going to take me a second.
Jackson's looking for the drop. Jackson's looking
begging for drops at 8:04.
That's correct.
The Army address teams on the ice today and tomorrow out there at that Centene
Skate,
Community
boys,
Ice
skate.
Center. It does freak me out that think about how the NFL, you can't be Jim Thomas and be allowed to watch a practice. No, it's closed off.
Yeah.
And then hockey's like, come on, and there's just random fans just sitting in the stands, coaches screaming at a player.
Yeah.
Everyone's there to see it.
If you ask to skate with him a little, they might let you.
Yeah.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
There you go.
That's called taking responsibility.
See, now, if there was a
heavy sweater,
an accountability award, it'd be the Ron Washington Award.
I kind of like that idea now, Papers. Hey, Dr. Brandon Pryor has accountability. It's why he runs 100 West Dental on Manchester in Baldwin. Here's the reality. The vast majority of people here, they have a dentist appointment, go, oh, or people go, I don't want to make a dentist appointment. But the reality is poor dental health can impact the rest of your body's health. And I don't think that's something that many people think about, but it's a real thing. So if you don't go and get your checkup at the dentist, it can cause problems. Just because dental and medical insurance are separate doesn't mean that's the way that it works with your body. And if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan that they have aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com, 100westdental.com. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability, and you can book right then and there with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. You go into those dental offices on Manchester and Baldwin, and you think you're in a totally different world. They are first class with the newest technology. Plus, if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. Give them my name. You get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Book your appointment now without a phone call. 100westdental.com. All right, we will take a commercial break as we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Matt Holliday coming up on the program. There's your Stiefel dossier along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Closing in on the weekend, great chance to load up on the groceries. Whatever you're looking for, your neighborhood Schnucks has it, and they'll do their best to make sure you're getting a great price. They knock down prices on over 2,300 items, and you notice that hasn't changed. They look for more to add to that list instead of subtracting them. There are additional savings around the store. There's always a digital shelf tag. I'll let you know if something is on special, separate from the ones that have been marked down permanently. You can get those notifications if you're a rewards member. It'll send it right to your email, to your phone. Also updates on your points total, which means money going back to you as you check out. Download the rewards app if you haven't yet. you're missing out on money that goes back to you. You can also use that app to do delivery. Schnucks Delivers. That's something they've added in recent years. Curbside delivery. So many different options. All of it available on your phone. So make sure you get that. And then check out the lower prices at your neighborhood friendly Schnucks, doing their best to have everyday savings that you can count on.
There's a long way to go, but these boys can skate. West Coast game, I'm staying up late. I might be up all night.
Doug, you love this.
Let's go Blues, go for the gold. For that cup I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys. Keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this baby. We can win this baby. Skateboard.
I mean, what's this going to be like when they're playing this at the Enterprise Center?
After every win.
Yep. You'd be so happy.
I heard Gloria the other day and thought it was just great. Not at a Blues game, of course. Independently from that.
Oh, like it pops?
And I loved it.
And you want them to bring that back?
Absolutely. Everyone loved it. Why you would get away from that, I don't know. You notice they haven't won anything since they did.
Come on, boys.
I like that.
This could be the next best thing to Gloria, I suppose.
I don't know what's going on here, but the Mizzou football account has tweeted out a black helmet
A lot of black and white has been seems like the motif so far this week.
You have a problem with that term, Doug? Black? So what are you going, black helmets, black jerseys, white pant? With the blackout? Wouldn't you think they're going all black?
You would think. I could see a white pant, though. I could see a white pant. They went white helmets last week. I think that was heat-related, and I respect that, but it didn't look good. But I think black helmet, black jersey, white pants. It's a pretty outstanding look for the Missouri Tigers. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
And I'm just one man.
They should always wear a black helmet. They should always wear that black block hem helmet.
I do like when they go all white with the white helmet. I think that looks cool. But black helmet at home, pretty much exclusively. I'm with you there.
I gather that people think it means it's going to be an all-black helmet with like an outline of a tiger.
Oh, please, no.
Uh-oh. Now Jackson's upset about it.
No.
Would you cheer for South Carolina if that happened?
Oh, no.
And find yourself like high-fiving Shane Beamer after he comes off the field?
Did hell freeze over?
With one of his little tirades? They call him little tirades.
That's what he is. I mean, it's kind of like what you look for every game. It's like, oh, what's Shane Beamer going to get upset about now? Someone put the wrong Gatorade out there.
And his quarterback will or will not play on Saturday. They listed him as questionable.
Yes. Yeah. LaNorris is questionable. Martin, the spread went from 12.5 and now 10.5 there, Papers?
10.5.
And I got hooked by the journalism trick where it has a headline and it'll say an update on the South Carolina quarterback. And you read these updates, and it's pretty much a review of what you already know.
That's right.
If he was injured,
they have to file injury reports now in the SEC.
Right.
So they list him as questionable, but then the entire article is,
if the update
last week against Vanderbilt, he was injured. Like, okay, I knew all of that.
If the update isn't in, the headline is clickbait. Almost always.
If the update,
Interesting.
Ooh, check out this new update on Baker Mayfield's ankle, and it's nothing.
Click.
But if it was like Baker Mayfield out for the next game with ankle, you know it's real.
Will LaNorris Sellers play against Missouri? ? What the SEC injury report tells us. And I thought, okay, here we go. And then it says he's listed as questionable.
It's just fancy ways of saying
but
the injury
last
report
week against Vanderbilt, oh, okay.
I mean, the concussion protocol is a week. And if he got a concussion, then I don't know how he would be able to play.
That was my contention from the get-go.
So I get that Missouri needs to say they're preparing for him, and I get that Shane Beamer needs to do what Joe Strauss-Doug would call kabuki theater. You like that? Kabuki
I don't mind it, yeah. As long as you wear the face paint.
Yeah. But that's... I don't know. I mean, I guess also, who knows what the rules really are. But Pete Thamel tweeting this yesterday. There's optimism around the status of LaNorris Sellers for the game at Missouri on Saturday. Per ESPN sources, he's been in practice, and there's positive signs for his availability. Well, I mean, we used to be in practice out at Rams Park. That didn't mean we were doing anything. I definitely don't want, I mean, I feel like sending out these little messages, I don't know.
Now, what good is an injury report, a required injury report, if you can't trust the people to be honest?
Right, and Lane Kiffin kind of screwed around with it this past weekend for Hottie Toddy's game against Woo Pig Suey.
Yeah. Drink made fun of him for it.
Oh, did he? Was it a tweet?
I think it was actually the Colonel asked him a question about the injury report, and he's like, I'm not going to get into Lane's business.
Per Phil Kornblut.
Doug, you know Phil Kornblut.
Oh, sure.
Phil
Bluthie and I were good friends.
Of Sports Talk Media Network. Sellers practiced on Wednesday, quote, and should be fine for the Missouri game this Saturday. That is from Phil Kornblut.
Doug, if Phil Kornblut says it, do you believe it?
Sure.
There you go.
I've never known Bluthie to be a liar.
Jackson, you got to put $100 on whether LaNorris Sellers is under center, because Doug likes that term, for the first play from scrimmage on Saturday night at the Blackout in Columbia, Missouri.
I will say no. I'll put it in predictionary.
Wow.
There we go. So the whole panel gets to partake.
Yeah. Will LaNorris Sellers be under center, at Doug's words, not mine, on Saturday evening?
I'll go no as well.
Okay.
I'll say no, he shouldn't. If he had a concussion just a week ago for his own health and long-term health, he shouldn't play.
Martin, where do you want to put your action?
I'm going to say he will not play.
Wow,
I think
we're unanimous, which means he now will be. That's the way it works on College Game Day.
I just feel like the ambiguity from the team is kind of on, I don't know, maybe he will.
Right.
If he was healthy, they'd say, hey, he's fine, guys.
Exactly
I know
right.
it was a little scary moment the other day, but He cleared all of his medical hurdles. He's good to go, and we're looking forward to going to Columbia and getting the dub.
And here's the thing. As a Missouri fan, I want him to play.
Sure.
Because it lessens what would be a win if he isn't playing. And also, just as a college football fan, I want to see the guy play.
He's an outstanding player.
He's so damn good. I also think he has a really good head on his shoulders and could be a force in the game for the next decade. But if he's starting to deal with some concussion issues at an early age, I mean, those things can then replicate quicker with the more and more hits that he gets. And then perhaps they aren't as apt, or he isn't as apt to run. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's when he's dangerous.
Well, if he plays and he's limited,
right.
that's a win for Missouri as well. But I agree. You want to play the best. You want to beat the best. What I enjoy about the backup quarterback, Luke Doty.
Yeah, he was quarterbacking South Carolina against Missouri in 2020, Martin.
Drinkwood said he recruited him when he was coaching at NC State. I'm like, when was the last time Drink was at NC State?
Which was predated his time at App State.
Yes, so they were going way back. But Luke Doty, who has been there since 2020, also is listed as a wide receiver. So he's the backup quarterback, and he has career stats, both throwing and catching the ball. So maybe we should ask Gabe about the Wildcat with Luke Doty as in play. I mean, it does seem like if he's going to play, and I get it, you want the cat and mouse, you want to keep the other team guessing, but because he's coming off what looked to be a head injury, I would think there'd be some clarity from the coach. Listen, guys, here's how it works. He's doing much better. Doctors said this, this, and this. Instead, it's like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Drink's already said he's prepping for him.
And you have to.
Yeah, of course. So I don't really see like the upside in slow playing it or kind of doing a little rope-a-dope action. Like,
and what's the point?
Gamesmanship.
Right.
Questionable. Ooh. Is he playing? Well, I don't know. Questionable.
I like that noise you made.
I do like that noise.
Wait, the guy's only 20 years old. You can't risk your health over one game. You can't.
You wouldn't
crazy. No.
I was looking through the concussion protocol. It's dense. A lot of highlighted portions that you have to complete. So
and Doug, maybe I'm overrating it. I could be off the mark. But, I mean, of course, deep down we know I'm not. But I have to say that to try to continue to relate to the people. I'm a big populist guy. But I want to emphasize that Pete Thamel's report didn't say he's been practicing. It says he's been in practice. I can't help but notice that.
Yeah.
That's all I'm
You could
telling
be
you.
standing on the sidelines and be in practice. I saw an interview with Brett Favre the other day. He was talking about the concussions that he had as a player, and he thought he'd had a handful. And his doctor told him that every time you get your bell rung and you see stars for a few seconds and think you're okay, brush it off. He said those are concussions too. He said if that's the case, he would have had hundreds during his career.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a wonder a lot of these guys aren't just like boxers where they're punch drunk by the time they're 45 years old.
I think that's why you see players retiring earlier, because they know that is coming and they know that they've experienced it. You're welcome to give your thoughts, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, text inbox, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then we have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 217 unbelievable friends have gathered to talk it over. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates, and the sponsor of the YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel, where 6,100 friends have subscribed. You can subscribe as well and talk it over. Plus, Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the Lemmings Open, which is coming your way. Is that 2 weeks from tomorrow? 2 weeks from tomorrow?
Something like that, yeah.
At Oak Valley, and that is our charity partnership with Birdies for Bipolar. It's taking place on Friday, October 3rd, and your purchase of a foursome includes breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lion's Choice, dinner from Small Sliders, and all your Michelob Ultra beer and seltzers all day long. It is the Michelob Ultra Lemmings Open at Oak Valley on Friday, October 3rd, and I have my eyes on Jackson's pairing and looking to take him down after he ran up the score on me and my father, my brother-in-law, and my, at the time, 7-year-old son. And I thought
You're not over it yet, are you?
I thought that was kind of it was kind of
was out of the line.
Missouri Central Arkansas-ish.
Yeah,
I didn't appreciate it. Tim, we need an emergency QFTA. That's from Chaim Bloom's gag order in the Michelob. Why do we need an emergency QFTA? Doug, is there something going on that would require an emergency 4-hour podcast with me and Jackson this afternoon? I don't know. Jackson, is there something you want to get off your chest on the NBA preview of the Eastern Conference?
I'm all right. I don't think we need an emergency. It's rare would you need an emergency QFTA.
Email in and let me know why we need to do it or whatever question you have. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Stephen A. Smith, Doug, big fan on this program, of course. Molly Quorum left the program First Take earlier. It turns out Stephen A. Smith is making even more than was previously reported, and that has just been posted by Awful Announcing. Doug will have that for you because I have a feeling you're going to be a bandy rooster about it. That is coming up. Matt Holliday at 9 o'clock. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. There's your Stiefel dossier. The program's TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
hit the groove. Joker's got the vibe, let's bust a move. Thomas on the ice, we'll take the prize. Beat the Jets to the cup, we rise.
Is that auto-tune right there?
Big time. Although I don't think it can be auto-tune if it's a computer-generated voice.
So says you. Mount Rushmore of auto-tune artists. Go.
T-Pain.
Yeah, kind of the obvious. George Washington, Doug.
Kanye. Travis Scott.
Taint McRae.
Did she use auto-tune?
Taint McRae.
Feel really good about those first three, but the fourth one's tough.
I don't know why, but she's in my algorithm a lot.
Uh-huh.
And somehow a video of her singing with no autotune popped up that she did intentionally. It wasn't like one of those things where they take the mic when Vince Neil's singing or David Lee Roth is singing and you go, God.
Who did that famously on SNL? Was that Jessica Simpson?
I sold all my stock in crowdsourcing in 23.
Someone had a...
Ashley Simpson.
Ashley Simpson. And
she was lip syncing, and then they played the wrong song, and then she did a jig and ran off the stage.
She did a little dance. And then
2004?
I don't know the years.
I think it was 4, yeah. But Tay McRae, did she sound good without auto-tune?
Not as good.
Sure.
Although I'm not quite sure that's the model. Stephen A. Smith's business model's working, Doug. Per Awful announcing, Stephen A. Smith, we were talking about his situation because Molly Querim quit First Take abruptly via Instagram on Monday night. And then Stephen A. Smith issued a statement at the start of Tuesday's First Take. Then he got into the world of negotiations on his podcast. And now he has this going on. In a new column for The Athletic, Andrew Marchand previewed the ESPN star. He's now doing a weekly political show for SiriusXM's POTUS channel. Anybody ever listen to the POTUS channel?
No.
I didn't know there was a POTUS channel.
Does that mean he's running for it?
No idea.
I think like in midnight they're just playing old speeches from Lyndon B. Johnson. Like, I don't know, what do you guys call it over there? The skeleton? Skeleton's like, coming up at midnight, JFK, his best speeches.
My father wanted my sister to have a lobotomy, and a lobotomy she had.
6 a.m., the Lincoln years.
The Lyndon B. Johnson talk about his tailor and his pants is the funniest thing I've ever heard a president say in my life.
It sounds like you're on board with this POTUS channel. Yeah. So that's where Stephen A. Smith also is doing a show. And in doing so, the Sports Media Insider revealed that Smith's contract with the satellite radio company is a 3-year, $36 million deal, and that's his side gig. Earlier this year, the First Take star re-signed with ESPN on a new 5-year contract, reportedly worth a total of $105 million. So, Doug, now we're adding 105 to 36. Can I get out my calculator?
141.
Whoa. Whoa.
Kirk would stand up.
Yeah, Pioneer proud. Factor in the revenue generated from his personal YouTube channel, and Marchand estimates that Smith is making approximately $40 million annually. And I guess it shows that take smithing is what we should be teaching our children to do.
Absolutely. Well, he is a major entertainment figure in this country, and I suppose a lot of people that fit into that category make $40 million a year. That's an awful lot of cash in this business. But he must generate it or they wouldn't give it to him.
And to his credit, he works hard. He's on all the time.
Yeah, he is. A lot of energy. And he's funny.
Nothing screams I'm in it for rage bait more than starting a political show in 2025. That's the Crestwood Coyote, Doug, and you played Native American ball with his father.
He played Indian ball with his dad, for years as a kid. Yeah. Well, that's where a lot of people's attention and focus is right now. So if you're looking for a topic that's going to engage the most number of people, that's probably it.
But what if I don't know what I'm talking about?
Doesn't matter. They're going to pay you $40 million a year. You chatter.
Honestly, better.
Yeah. What do you make of the political climate, Stephen A.? I don't like it, and here's why. We got all kinds of people saying all kinds of stuff, and I'm done with it. Rap.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's the gig?
And then you tweet that out. And people say, did you hear what he said? I agree.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
Did Dan Orlovsky watch his mouth?
Doug, so there it is. $40 million
million.
for Stephen A. If Stephen A. Smith is making $40 million a year, then Orlovsky's got to be at $10 million, right? That's Dale and Grubville. I don't think it's the way that it works.
Probably not.
I think that might have been the line Molly Quaram's representation was taking, and it didn't work out.
At $40 million, would that make him the highest paid guy in
sports?
Brady's $37 million just from Fox alone.
Highest paid media guy?
Well, Brady has a lot of other ventures where he critiques people. I don't know what that outlet is.
Highest paid. What am I looking for? I'm just type in media member, man.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Brady, $37 million Fox alone. I bet some of those other ventures.
We don't need the time
don't do that
kill.
with Doug in the room. Don't do that with Doug in the room, Jackson.
Hannity makes 45.
45. What, he's on an hour a night? And a radio show.
Yeah, that's more than double Diane Sawyer at 22.
What does she do? I don't even see her anymore.
Oh, yeah.
What year is this list? Is this like 2005?
Caught me off guard.
You're asking what Diane Sawyer does?
Well,
I know what she used to do.
Is this a current list?
It's from 2024.
She used to host ABC Nightly News.
Well,
then she did the election coverage, but she admitted she had a couple of wines, remember? And she was giggling over the results coming in.
Oh, I got Forbes of 6 days ago.
How about Howard Stern? Doesn't he make that much or more?
Well, I thought we were in the sports genre.
Well, I'm just saying kind of media.
That Forbes has Tom Brady number one at 37.5. So if Stephen A. is pulling in 40,
it's not as documented as the Brady one, perhaps.
Right.
Brady makes $37 million to do once a week ESPN.
No,
once a week.
Fox, Doug, Fox.
Fox show.
Pretty interesting.
It's just once a week, though, right?
The next,
but he does appearances and stuff.
The next three are celebrity chefs.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Gordon Ramsay?
Tom Colicchio?
Wolfgang Puck.
Gordon Ramsay's at 4. Wolfgang not on there. Although he has a nice little express at a lot of airports.
How about Emerald?
No.
Oh.
Think bigger. And Redder.
Think bigger and redder chefs.
Andy Reid.
Initials, please.
BF.
BF. Bill Freeman? Bill Freeman makes that kind of money?
Tiger catcher? No, it's free.
Second letter last name.
L.
L. Third letter, please.
A.
Fourth letter, please.
Y.
Flavor Flav?
Flavor Flav, not on there.
Fifth letter, please.
Although celebrity chef could be. I got the last name.
Flay is the guy's last name?
Bobby Flay?
Bobby Flay.
Did he make an appearance on Entourage? And was he dating Ari's wife? And was that a cuck?
I don't know. This is the first time I ever even hear the guy's name.
The show had lost the plot long
You've
before
heard
then.
of Bobby Flay.
I haven't.
Are you serious?
What does he cook?
You never
He
heard
cucked. I told you, cucked.
No, he cooked.
He
Not
did cook.
cooked.
Jeremy
Cooked or
cooked.
cooked. Cooked or cooked next hour.
No.
And will the Jets win this weekend? Coming up. Cooked or cooked.
And that's
Why don't we
$40
do
million for that?
No, he makes a little less than that, but
Guy Fieri, number 2.
Okay.
I still hate Bobby Flay for cucking Ari. That's from Bobby Tejas.
Yeah, it's tense stuff.
And he has a cooking show.
Bobby Flay?
Yeah.
He's like one of these celebrity chefs where they have like 100 restaurants all over the world and, you know.
Okay, well, why don't we get 100 restaurants?
I can't
Yes, we
cook.
could.
I can't cook.
Chairman Kurt's quite the cooker.
Yeah. And then Gordon Ramsay's at 4. He
you know
makes the
that
same
Barry Weinberg, who was the Cardinals trainer for many years, he was friends with Bobby Knight. That's how the skipper met Bobby Knight, was through Barry Weinberg, because he'd been at Indiana. He wrote a book, how he never cooked. He was a career bachelor, and he ate out every single meal. And I guess if you're with a pro sports team, you're in a lot of hotels, you're traveling, so it does come.
Freebies.
Yeah, it comes a little bit naturally, or you get a stipend when you're on the road. I saw him like a couple months ago. I said, "Still eating out?" He goes, "Still doing it." Like, has never. He swears he's never made a meal at home.
Even breakfast?
That's what he says. Look it up.
Wouldn't that get tiring?
I don't know.
I think I could be talked into that for like lunch or dinner.
Every day.
But yeah, if I wake up slowly, I don't want to think I got to go to IHOP to get something to eat.
All right, let's hear a surprise guess. Let's see, Barry Weinberg, so Doug can ask him about breakfast. Second question might be an issue.
How many pan coins you got, bitch? Yeah. It would get absurdly expensive too, wouldn't it? Unless you were just giving a lot of freebies everywhere.
Yeah, I didn't write the book, Doug.
Okay,
I'm
all right.
Jesus.
I'm just interested in it. I'd like to see
know
his
to be
schedule.
true.
I do like logistics, so I'd like to see his schedule.
Not only is Missouri, Doug, in the center of the college football world with their 6 o'clock kick on ESPN Saturday night, ILL is in a monster one as well. This is NBC and Peacock, 6:30 kickoff in Bloomington, Indiana. Bret Bielma talking on the importance of his instincts when he's communicating with the Fighting Illini for this Saturday.
Ironically, you just rely on your instincts. I may or may not have let a chair fly on Saturday, but like that was just because the chair was there. I didn't go into that moment expecting that, right? It was just kind of sitting there, and it looked like it said, "Toss me." But it just kind of depends on what's going on, I think the part that really, truly, in my 17 years as head coach, in moments where you don't really have a script, you don't have a narrative, you rely on your instincts. And I think that's the part that I think as a head coach now, I go back to a year ago, so Michigan and Indiana played a game 10 last year. We played Michigan in game 7. So when I started watching games last February, or this past February, I went to that game because I knew a lot about Michigan. I didn't know a lot about Indiana. And, that ended up being a 2015 game. So I really looked at that game. What it also made me think about when you just asked this question, last year against Michigan at halftime, I didn't say one thing to my offensive or defensive coordinators. I knew there was a play that I wanted to run on punt. We ran a fake punt in the second half. So at halftime, I kind of had that moment where I got right with what I needed to get done. I took the video pad to the couple players that were involved in it. I went in and said to my offensive defense coordinator, let's stay true to what we're doing. The game plan's working. Let's do it better. I literally said as minimal as I'd ever said to my coaches and really to my players at halftime of Michigan, which was our biggest win here in Memorial Stadium to this point. So every game is just a little bit different. You just have to rely on what you know as a head coach.
Oh. You think we need a halftime on this show where we just kind of take a break and go over with the coordinators what we should do better?
What could we possibly do better?
Right. Well, we could prepare something, I guess.
Figured out the teasing aspect.
Mm-hmm. Got to get better teasing. I agree with that.
I do like Bret Bielma, though. He seems like the kind of guy you'd really like to play for.
Both Missouri and Illinois to win. It's great for college football in the area. I have noticed a material increase in the interest level in college football in the area over the last few years. I told James Carlton this. Doug Martin likes logistics. I don't know if you're interested in logistics.
Yeah, usually.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. My insurance agent, going back to 2019 with 450 5-star reviews on Google, and somebody right there right now to take your call live in the office in Webster Groves. They'll save you a bunch of money. James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. I said he was sponsoring Gabe's Call-ins on Balloon Party on 101 when we started here in 2022. And I said, listen, it's great that you're spending money with the shows, but I got a responsibility to tell you this. When we talk Missouri football, now this is 2022, they weren't very good. Nobody cares. Like, the text line is dormant, tumbleweeds blowing through it. And I said, it's just not there. Fast forward 3 years. Now, you had a great 2023. 2024 was fine. I think most people would agree that the 2023 team was way better than the 2024 team, but either way. And then 2025, and that you also pair that with Illinois doing well, that generates interest, especially in a large metropolitan area, albeit diminishing population. Don't get me wrong, it still is a large American metropolitan area without an NFL team. One of the largest. I think the only market that's larger that doesn't have an NFL team is Orlando, and they're not going to be getting one with the Buccaneers, Jaguars, and Dolphins all in a driving distance. So it's an opportunity for both Missouri and Illinois in college football, with having a Big Ten and an SEC school to really begin to capture market share even for people who didn't go to one of those schools. And that is how college football grows in areas. You know, the people who are Arkansas fans didn't necessarily go to school in Fayetteville. It just becomes the team they cheer for. So if both are good at the same time, and in the ideal circumstance, they actually play each other in the playoff, that's just a wonderful thing for the long-term growth of the interest in the area in college football. Thank you.
Okay.
And God bless you, and God bless these United States.
If that happened, if you had a Friday night game in Columbia or Champaign, either place,
Jackson said
Mizzou,
he couldn't handle
Illinois,
it.
that would be unreal. We said that for years about the Cardinals and Cubs. If they both were good the same year, then they met in the NLDS 2015. Did Biscotti homer in that first game, Tim? I think he had a couple of home runs.
Tommy Pham did. Didn't he? Was he pinch hitting? Was that John Lester and John Lackey? Am I right?
I just don't remember.
The year before they won the World Series.
Tired.
They won the DS there. But if you could get that, and this would be more Deus sourcing.
Yeah.
Last year when we had the matchups, right? Indiana had to go to Notre Dame.
That's right.
You had the road games, the home campus games. Were those all spit out by the computers, like statistically, like the matchups, or did the committee pair them?
Oh, committee seeded them.
Right. So you can have that Missouri-Illinois appeal in that room, right? Hey, they're really close in numbers, so they would have the ability to kind of decide, right?
And I truly think it's possible. I keep my analysis on Missouri is I think they may be a great team. I think the schedule is going as crazy as it sounds, because I think one of the reasons why people before the season around college football are saying Missouri could get in because the schedule looks weak. I'm now starting to think the schedule might have some more teeth to it than I did at the start of the season. And I think Illinois is a really good team, but both have these coin flip games. I don't think the South Carolina game's a coin flip game, but who knows? And Illinois certainly is a coin flip game this weekend. Plus, they got another one the following weekend against USC. And USC will put up some points, but they won't really stop anybody either. So it's an opportunity. And if both programs come out of their games on the 11th, Missouri hosting Alabama and Illinois hosting Ohio State, sitting at one loss at the most, I mean, they're live at that point. I mean, they're more than halfway through their schedules. And they are live to be in the college football playoff. And I think that there is a really good chance that both are undefeated going into what will be signature games for their programs. Illinois hosting Ohio State and Missouri hosting Alabama. 11 o'clock kickoff be damned. It's a real opportunity, and that generates, of course, interest even from people who normally wouldn't be pulling for them, in part because there is no NFL team. All due respect to the Chiefs.
You're in the kingdom over here, pal. Jackson, have you closed Predictionary?
No.
I'm gonna.
You're gonna fire a bet?
No, I'm gonna say Sellers is gonna play. I've been.
He's changed his. Doug, he's changed his.
Sure has.
I feel like Beamer, all this stuff going. Even though I think he shouldn't, if he did have a concussion, I'm going to say he's going to play.
All right.
Okay.
Your answer's been changed.
Thank you. Appreciate that. When does that door? What is like 9 o'clock?
Who do you suppose makes that decision?
Should be the team doctor, right? But it's college football and everything's a little up in the air these days.
Sometimes the doctors might look the other way on an important
game. Maybe a big booster will say, he's fine. I met with him yesterday. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Mizzou and Illinois bowl game at the Dome would sell out. That's in a 636. Nah, I don't know about that. Be awkward because I probably wouldn't even talk about it or care about it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as fun.
Yeah. Martin needs to talk about Design Air Heating and Cooling because they're the sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in.
I don't only need to. I want to. I want to talk about Design Air because this is a long time, the longest running sponsor of this show. We appreciate that. Love hearing the feedback from the listeners who've done business with Design Air. We all know, everyone here on the dais knows, when you call them, go online, book the appointment, you're going to get somebody coming out that's a professional and not there to upsell because that can add to the stress. If your AC isn't working properly or the furnace goes out in the middle of the winter, you want to make sure they get it fixed. You don't need any added pressure. Seth Goldcamp works with his team. They get it. They absolutely get it. So when you have Design Air service in your home, they'll get things fixed. They'll do it right. And if there's any issue, They're going to be around for another year, another decade, another 100 years. They've been around for more than a century already. So get that appointment online, designerservice.com. Get the furnace tuned up before winter arrives. That's always a smart thing to do. Designerservice.com is the website. Let them know you heard about it on TMA, and then let us know which handsome repairman was at your home. We'd love to do a little audit on that as well. Doug, you didn't have Larry.
No, I had the dashing Steve.
Okay. Steve and Larry, available to you at designerservice.com.
There it is. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling of the day. Matt Holliday coming up at 9 o'clock. You can watch the conversation on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's Teammate. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union, a great local organization, and they also have fun with things. They brought you the Zoo debit card, the City SC debit card. They also have a thing called high yield checking. They launched this. It's Empower Checking. That's the special high yield checking account designed for you at Together Credit Union. With Empower Checking, you get above market interest. That's on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. That interest is paid each month. A checking account that rewards you for your balances and not the activity. You can apply by going online, togethercu.org. Stop by any of those 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. So the same folks who brought you the Zoo debit card, the City SC debit card. Great mortgage options like the community contributor mortgage. You can also do the high yield checking. It's Empower Checking. Find out more online. Go see them. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Post and Courier is reporting that Arizona State and Kansas will play in London next year for a football game as part of the multi-year deal for an event called the Union Jack Classic, with the first game scheduled for September 19th, 2026 at Wembley Stadium. This is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you want a T-Pain? You got him.
Good. It's about time. I don't know why it took this long.
Yeah, Jackson, that's not good.
We were just talking about auto-tune.
And this is the George Washington on the Mount Rushmore of auto-tune. It's TMA 101, ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Matt Holliday is joining us here in a matter of moments. Adam Schefter, Doug, he got into a bit of a radio war.
Did he?
Yeah. Is this on a Philadelphia station?
I believe so.
Uh-oh. Boy.
They're banty there.
Let me confirm. I believe that to be the case.
Well, why don't we play the audio, and while the audio is playing, you can look up the, I think it was 97.5, The Fanatic?
Bingo, Tim.
That's a Philadelphia station, Doug, and they're not happy when he's not happy with the tush push.
Okay.
You said the game was won on Get Up. You said the game was won because of the tush push. That was not fact. And you just said it was fact again. It wasn't won because of the tush push.
It was one of the factors involved in that game.
You didn't
They could
say
not
that.
Stop that play. Oh, okay. Well, you know what, John? I'm not going to go into Get Up when I got 20 seconds. Well, they did this and they did that and they did this.
Well, weren't they bigger? Okay, were they bigger factors or were they less factors? Because I think Travis Kelce and that interception was a bigger factor in the Chiefs losing than the tush push. Andy Reid twice going out of character was a bigger decision. Butker missing a field goal was a bigger than the tush push, which accounted for 5 yards in the game.
John, fine. What does that have to do with my opinion on the tush push? Again, people are mistaken. So I'm not giving the Eagles flowers for making other plays? Okay, good. They did make those plays. Again, bravo. Excellent. They won the game. Great job. Okay, but people feel cheated that I didn't salute them for stopping them on 4th and 1 or coming up with a big pick. I'm just talking about the tush push and the ire it's raised across the league and across the country. People all worked up. I've never been one that's been worked up about it or against the play.
We absolutely have backed you on that. Andrew and I backed you on that completely.
Okay.
He's really fired up about that.
John Kincaid of 97.5, The Fanatic.
Johnny Kincaid.
Yeah. There can be two different discussions going on there. One is that the Eagles probably beat them without the tush push, and the other is, should we still be allowing the tush push, especially when some of the offensive linemen fire off before the ball's even snapped.
I was watching Jason Kelce talk with Travis Kelce about it as a former Eagles offensive lineman. Travis just faced the team. And he said, the thing about it is it's such a split second, and with the nature of the play, it would be really tough to see it. But the one on the goal line was pretty egregious and could have been called. And then Travis, to his credit, goes, the thing is, man, officials miss calls all the time. And if anything, he was harder on himself about his dropped ball that led to the interception. So,
yeah, I mean, you see like tackles.
That's a pro's pro right there.
Mm-hmm. Tackles drop that outside foot early all the time, especially in the NFL. I see it a ton in the NFL where those outside tackles just drop the foot.
That's a relatively recent phenomenon.
Yeah.
Only thing I don't like about Mr. Swift is that he doesn't talk locally, but then goes on his podcast. If you're a Chiefs fan upset about that loss on Sunday,
I agree with that part.
I think he should have talked.
I agree with you. I share your opinion.
I wonder if that's going to be more commonplace as more athletes have their own podcasts. They'll just be like, yeah, I'll set my own narrative.
You're a reporter in there. What happened on the bigger? Yeah, man, hit me up on the pod.
That's kind of what Pat Bev did once. It didn't play well.
Doug, Pat Bev
did that, Doug.
Chicago native.
Yeah, it didn't
NBA
play
player.
well, did it?
No, it sure didn't.
Hit me up on the pod.
I wish the media in this town acted like that. Show some passion, you monotone weirdos.
Stop it.
Doug, that's from Choke Artist 1.6, which I believe is a name paying tribute to the Blues' unfortunate demise in Manitoba.
Okay.
Who should we be screaming at? Holliday?
Just somebody. Somebody's got it coming.
All right, don't tell Holliday, but I'm just going to attack him for a bad strikeout in 2010.
Even if the Eagles don't do the tush push, they probably, even if it were outlawed, they probably still find a way to make 6 inches.
Right.
And now they're all arguing about Jalen Hurts. Well, he didn't have to do much. They just keep winning. Oh, for God's sakes, this is so stupid.
Matt the Bat is going to join us coming up as we get underway in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Matt Holliday with his weekly appearance on TMA. Next, this is the Morning After presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Well, this is a big moment. I forgot Jackson's on his Imagine Dragons agenda. And what is the?
I just asked the question yesterday, do people like Imagine Dragons?
And then I said, I think it's Holiday's walk-up song, I think.
We'll find out, Doug. We're going to tend to this business right now here on TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. And joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, Matt Holliday. Morning, Matt.
Good morning, guys. 2 minutes of commercials was amazing.
I feel like Jackson tries to eat into that time a little bit. He's like, "Hey, Matt, how you doing? Oh, we just really appreciate you hopping out." He's just kind of time filler.
And he's like, "Yeah, we got about 2 minutes till break." I was like, "Oh, could have called me a minute and a half from now."
So I think, Jackson, you're calling too. But I know what you're thinking, Jackson. You don't want to say it because he's a red jacket. Then if he doesn't answer, you don't have any time to kind of.
No, I see that.
It's a fine art, and you got to kind of feel it out, Matt. And on this one, honestly, I was early. Yeah, I was early.
But if you're not early, you're late.
I was ahead of a curveball. I was looking fastball, and
reference. Yeah. No, I understand those better. I always like when people affiliate it with baseball. It makes me understand what they're saying better. A lot of people like to do that with me.
Yeah, it's a way of talking down to a professional athlete. Jackson, do you want to ask Matt the question regarding Imagine Dragons?
Well, yeah, you used the song we played there, Radioactive, for one of your walk-up songs. Are you a big fan of Imagine Dragons?
I'm not a huge fan. I mean, I've liked a few of their songs. I'm not I don't find musical bands and golly, I just love every single one of their songs.
Right. I mean, song by song.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like some of their songs, but I don't have Imagine Dragon T-shirts and go to concert if they get within 150 miles of me or anything.
It's a la carte. I think most people are like that.
So it's kind of like an all-star game, if we're to put it in the terminology you would understand.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Where there's a player from this team and one from that team.
Nice, real nice. Because otherwise he wouldn't have understood.
He wouldn't have gotten, I guess not.
Doug, that was a good piece of hitting right there.
Yeah, now I understand what I was trying to say better.
Okay.
Well, we went music last week because something about an Oklahoma a-hole. Remember that was a song.
Yeah. Zach Bryan.
Yeah. It's all tied together. Since we're digging deep here, Matt, do you think a grown man like myself should carry a backpack? Jackson and I just had a big backpack discussion
off-air conversation.
Oh, man. I think you're a little past the backpack standard. I don't know. It depends on what kind of backpack it is. I mean, maybe, I don't know if I had a visual, but
I'll send you a picture.
You feel like you're more of a briefcase guy at this point.
It looks like a little businessman.
But I'm not really serious enough to have a briefcase. And I said, if I go to a blues skate, a morning parade, and I walk with a briefcase, they'll probably call the FBI. Like some old guy with white hair has got a briefcase.
But if you come in with a JanSport backpack, they'd be like, look at this old guy carrying a college backpack. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, it's a Marquette. It's my alma mater back. Does that help?
That's a team issue. That's a team issue backpack.
And for you, it's like having a bat bag where you can put your equipment in.
That's right. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
that sounds like a flat rejection.
I mean, look, I think it depends on the outfit. Like if you go full suit and you're going to do you're dressed in your interview attire, or you're dressed maybe maybe and then you throw on the Marquette backpack. I mean, I don't think that's a great look. Now, if you got a nice leather backpack, maybe a black or brown leather backpack to throw on with your outfit, I can get on board. But if you're going to the gym, and I don't know if you go to the gym, but if you go to the gym,
probably not. Yeah.
Jesus.
And what? I don't know. Look, I haven't been around you guys on a gym setting, but
you'd be really impressed.
We throw around a lot of iron.
If you're going to the gym and you're throwing a few things, you're throwing your workout in there or whatever, your bottled water or your protein powder or whatever. I mean, I'm okay with that. But if you're going to go to the news station or something, I would go more of a leather, probably a little nicer backpack.
Maybe a satchel or an attaché.
I mean, I always think a satchel's funny. So I would immediately think that you're funny if you're wearing a satchel. I think it'd be funny. I would think, that guy's pretty funny. He's wearing a satchel. The guy from Hangover, that to me.
Oh yeah, Zach Galifianakis between two ferns.
This guy's got a good sense of humor. But
I have one of those. I wear it when I bike.
Do you?
Yeah, hold my cell phone.
You can text in 314-399-9646 on that.
All right. Boy, it sounds like, Doug, for me, that was a big swing and a miss,
Right.
you might say.
Yeah, I didn't care for your
There you
backpack
go.
idea.
Threw it right past us.
Oh. So we're trying to limp to the finish line with this baseball season. Any hints you could give us to stay interested in the Cardinal team that's floundering?
Jeez.
It's tough. I mean, with 10 days left, it's hard to find a lot interesting when your team's out of it. I mean, I think always observing young players is interesting, and I think watching the grind of a season, for young guys, like even for Jackson, my son, like, he's working into almost that 150 game range for the first time, in his life of playing a full spring training and then knocking out 150 major league games. Like, just the mental and physical toll that you have to learn how to navigate and how to get through. And I think that's always a fascinating dynamic to pay attention to. But yeah, look, when you're not anywhere near getting in the playoffs, and the Cardinals were in the neighborhood until a couple weeks ago, but it's tough to be super excited or interested in what's going on, in the last 10 days to 2 weeks if your team's completely out of it.
Do you think, and I don't want to ask you an Arnaudo question every week, I think it's every other week, but do you think he was motivated to come back, maybe to show to himself, hey, I can finish this season strong, or is a little bit to the rest of the league, if there is going to be any action this offseason, to kind of like show that he's healthy?
No, I think it just is who he is. I mean, he just loves baseball, and he's constantly working towards the next game. And so I think that's something about him that I admire and appreciate is that, like, he is on the go for whatever is next as far as baseball goes. And so as soon as the season's over, I think he already even talked about it, where he's ready to kind of try to dive into getting back to who he is, and as a hitter, and very, kind of disappointed in the season, and, some health stuff and just the performance stuff. And so I think who he is as a competitor, as a person who loves baseball and loves to work at it. I think this has everything to do with when he got hurt. Give me the itinerary or the mission to get back. What do I have to do to get healthy? Okay, here's what I'm doing. I think he went down to Jupiter and the complex, and I saw some videos of him taking ground balls even when he couldn't throw. And you give him a roadmap of what's next to get back to the field, and he's going to go after it. And then when the map says it's time to come back to the major leagues, even if it's 10 days or 2 weeks left of the season, and a season that doesn't really matter at this point, I think to him that doesn't matter. He's just ready to get back out on the field and do what he loves to do. So I would think that and again, I don't know that if he finishes the season healthy and has a good 10 days, I'm not sure that changes much in the offseason.
You think a guy like that, or maybe anybody who's been around 10 or 12 years, where the game is not a whole lot of fun for them anymore, or it starts to feel like a job? I don't know. We got another game today. Does it ever get to that point?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. Like, it depends. I think that's a case-by-case person, right? I think I think at some point guys do get to the end of their career where they start weighing the pros and cons of family and time away from family and the grind and the toll of a full season and what an off season looks like. And I think that's a case-by-case situation with guys and how much they love the game, and do they want to wring out every last bit of their ability to play. I've seen both. I've seen guys retire young that had plenty left, but just had burned out on the process and burned out on the what it takes and what you miss, at home. And I've seen guys that played until, basically had to rip their jersey off. They were willing to go to the minor leagues at, a late stage in their life and try to work their way back. So it's a case by case situation, but I think that Nolan loves baseball, and I think that there's a desire there to get back to what his standard is. And I think that there's still an inner fight in him that I think will keep him going.
Matt Holliday, our guest here on TMA. He joins us every week on the morning after to talk it over. You can talk it over. He loves answering the audience's questions, so send them on in. Eric,
yeah, especially what my favorite football team is.
Yeah, I think we tend to that every week, just like Martin, who had to bolt a little early, by the way.
Did he just leave?
He just got up and left. I think he was so pissed off by your Arenado answer that
Arenado answer.
Yeah, that he bolted. Now he texted us yesterday to say he's going to have to leave like around 9:15. Those television responsibilities, Matt.
He's got to go get his Marquette backpack and get over there.
He did. That's exactly what he did.
That's what he did. There's an article that Jeff Passan of ESPN just posted here this morning, and it's titled MLB Labor, How the Fight Over the Salary Cap Will Shape Negotiations. And it highlights the digging in of ownership on the cap. And he writes, MLB wants a salary cap, and between now and December 1st, 2026, when the current CBA expires, those two words, which owners regard as a necessity and the MLBPA regards as a profanity, could presage the fate of the 2027 season. Owners, sources have said, have not yet decided whether they will take the biggest run at the implementation of a cap since '94, when the union's refusal to budge on the matter led to the cancellation of the World Series. I know we have discussed this with you in the past. The reason I bring it up now is in part because of Passan's column, which is recommended reading for our audience, but then also because I think there are some Cardinal fans who are thinking that the organization, and there's a real dislike in the area for John Mozeliak, that once he is out, that the Cardinals and Chaim Bloom will begin to be aggressive. And it's my opinion that the Cardinals will probably not take that route, and one of the reasons will be the uncertainty facing the game beyond the 2026 season. What is your opinion on that?
I do think that there's a lot there. I mean, I think that there is certainly owners that are putting business on hold. That this is a certain. This, again, I don't know. Look, we have the the luxury tax that is certainly, I think, acting as a cap for a lot of teams. I mean, look, the Mets and the Dodgers and some of these teams that have owners that have money where they don't mind paying the tax. Like they certainly have shot past the threshold of what the cap they tried to create with the luxury tax. But I think that there's more to it, even in talking to some people about eliminating rounds of the draft. They're talking about taking the draft down to 10 rounds or even 5 rounds and using college baseball as more of the minor league system, if you will, and eliminating another minor league level and seemingly wanting to send all the high school kids to college in sort of a manufactured way, which I think that the players will fight back on that as well. And so I think there's a lot that's going to go into this next bargaining agreement. And if they're going to hold tight, if the owners are ready to cancel a season to get a salary cap, I think it'll be really interesting to see where the players are and how united they are. Having not been, obviously with Jackson in the major leagues, I have a pulse on some things, but I haven't really heard much about how united the players are on just being willing to miss a full season to continue to try to hold tight on this salary cap. And again, I think that there's also the element of a salary floor. And if you're going to take money off the top, then you've got to add money back down to the bottom where teams are taking all this TV money and revenue sharing money and then seemingly not investing it back into the team and into the players. And so I think that's where the players have the real problem, is when all the revenue is, the owners aren't spending it like the percentages that we've always had, which is maybe not 50-50, but somewhere close to the revenue of half going to the players and half going to the owners. And when the owners start trying to sway that very much heavily in their favor, I think that's where the players tend to dig in and are willing to fight. And so I think it's fascinating. I haven't read Jeff's article. I'm a huge Jeff Passan fan. He and I are good friends. And so all of his stuff is very dialed in. I mean, he's as dialed in to what's going on as anybody, and I'll be interested to read that. But I think you're right about the Cardinals. I think you're right about a lot of teams. They're going to be reluctant to do anything major until people have answers about what this next bargaining agreement looks like.
Matt, a couple of highlights from the article that I think will stand out both for you and the listening audience here. He notes that the Dodgers are carrying a $340.9 million payroll, and because the Dodgers have exceeded every threshold of the league's luxury tax, which kicks in at $241 million and then includes penalties for repeat offenders, they owe an additional $167.4 million. So that means their total projected outlay for salary is $508.3 million. And for the record, the combined payrolls of the game's 6 lowest spending teams, Miami, the A's, Tampa Bay, the White Sox, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland, all of which carry sub-$100 million rosters, is outweighed by the Dodgers' payroll all by itself. He has a quote from a mid-market team president who says, "How do we compete? We try to do everything right. We draft well. We develop well. And then we get the ass kicked out of us by clubs who buy their players. It feels like the game is rigged." Interestingly enough, also, is that now there is a fan support for a salary cap. So Major League Baseball's owners are winning the PR war on this, and he notes the signing of Tanner Scott was the thing that broke the back. I don't really even remember this, but he got a $72 million contract, and that's when Hal Steinbrenner said, "We can't compete with this." That's Hal Steinbrenner of the Yankees saying we can't compete with this. And 67.2% of fans said they would be in favor of a salary cap. This was asked on MLB Trade Rumors, 35,000 respondents. And even if it meant the cancellation of the 2027 season with a work stoppage, 50.2% of respondents said it was worth it to get a salary cap. So from an MLBPA standpoint, I wonder how they will counter the momentum from fans who have said, okay, enough is enough. It works in the NFL. It works in the NHL. It works in the NBA. It's time for baseball to acquiesce as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to that. I mean, I think that it's a shame when you talk about all those other teams that are under $100 million payroll. Again, this is where it comes back to, like, if you're going to have a cap, then you've got to have a floor. You've got to have every team spending $150 million in payroll. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some give and take. Like, the Dodgers have the wealthiest ownership, and they're willing to spend their money and maybe take, have years where they're not making as much money. And so, look, how many world championships did the Dodgers have in the last 10 years? I mean, you guys tell me. I don't think it's a lot, right? Is it 1 or 2, maybe?
2. Mm-hmm. 2. They won the COVID World Series, and then last year. Yeah. So, I mean, in baseball, that doesn't necessarily guarantee you to win the World Series. Like Tanner Scott's, I think his ERA is in the 4s. This year, he's an excellent pitcher. I'm not taking anything away from him, but the Tanner Scott breaking the people's back. I mean, look, they overpaid for him. They got him because they paid more than everyone else was willing to, and that's fine. So I think part of this is, with the owners, crying out against other owners is, well, that doesn't mean they're going to win the World Series. We've proven in baseball over and over and over, just because you have an enormously high payroll, certainly it helps to have more talent or to be able to buy free agents. It does help, but it doesn't guarantee you a championship. And so a lot of these smaller market teams have done a great job of figuring out ways to be very competitive. I think, the Astros have been in the ALCS an incredibly crazy amount of times in a row, or right there in the playoffs, a lot with a very kind of middle of the road payroll. And the Rays have operated in a small payroll with very, very high success rates. And so I think some of it is a little bit of these, organizations that are, they're not doing well, so they want to blame, the Dodgers for spending all that kind of money. And I don't know, you guys might know, where does this luxury tax money that they have to pay, the penalty, where does that 100 and whatever million you said that the Dodgers owe, where does that go? That is
Does that go to the other teams?
It's distributed to teams. So I really do think, and by the way, I share your opinion on the salary floor thing. If you're going to get a cap, then you have to have a floor, because it's my opinion that that is a business model for some of these teams that don't spend to enjoy that injection of top line revenue that come from the Dodgers and the other teams that go over the luxury threshold.
And look, the Dodgers know that it's worth it, right? They wouldn't spend this money. It's not all about winning. They know that Shohei Ohtani brings fans to the stands, right? Having superstar players from Japan knows that their market and their viability in Japan and Asia is going to make all that money back. So when you have superstar players and you pay for them in free agency, the fan interest, the people that come to the park, you win more games, the revenue, the team value goes up. So they're not dumb business people. They know that if they sign Shohei and they sign Yamamoto and they sign Sasaki and they sign, all these guys, and they know that it comes back around. And so I'm sure, with Shohei, they probably already made that contract back. And what they're able to do by marketability in both LA and Asia. So I think some of it is crying over spilt milk. I mean, I think that these owners are none of them are hurting for money, and their value of their franchise continues to rise. And a lot of them are invested at very low levels when they bought the team, and now the organization's worth billions that they could sell it if they were strapped for cash. And so I don't know. I don't know all the financials, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But just as a baseball fan and somebody who's been in the game, I think there's a lot to be worked through to get to some sort of cap.
I share your opinion on that from an actual perspective of some data on it. Your top 7 payrolls at the moment: Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, Blue Jays. That probably would surprise some people. The ALS leading Blue Jays, Phillies, Cubs, and Padres. And all 7 of those teams will go to the playoffs. One of the things, and I know you'll occasionally be listening to the show against your better judgment, you've probably heard me complain about the Major League Baseball playoff format. It's my opinion that baseball has instituted this format in part to cloak the economic disparity, and therefore, if you have 12 teams in the playoffs and 2 best-of-3 series, even if you win your division, and then another best-of-3 series, you've increased the chances of some luck, creating it being difficult for a team to have a dynasty. But we could have looked at these payrolls before the season and accurately projected who would have gotten into this little tournament that now includes best-of-3s. And that is, I think, the big issue. Just like we can look at the bottom payrolls, to your point, and go, okay, who's last in payroll? The Nationals, then the Marlins, then the White Sox, then the Rays, then the Guardians, A's, Pirates, Rockies, Twins, Orioles, and that's your bottom 10. And I don't believe any of those are going to get in unless I'm missing one. I know Cleveland's kind of lurking, and Tampa always is kind of lurking, but they're going to be on the outside looking in. The Brewers would be this year's example of an outlier at 18, or 16, I'm sorry. Cardinals, for the record, are at 18. So the payroll does help you get into the tournament. It's no assurance of a world championship, but therefore, if you're in the tournament, you got a shot. So my question would be, what are your thoughts on the format of the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Like, I think that they've tried to create with more layers of what it takes to win a World Series. That you certainly aren't guaranteed. When you play a best 2 out of 3, anything can happen. Like, it's literally the best team doesn't always win, or the most talented team doesn't always win, and so I think that's part of it. But look, they want more playoff games, and they want more playoffs. Why? Because it makes more money.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
And so it continues to be pushed towards making everybody in the league more money, which is fine. But then you have those teams that you just talked about that aren't spending any money. And so it's like, again, we can talk about the salary cap and how much money the Dodgers are spending and how much the Mets are spending, but let's talk about how little all those other teams are spending. And what their fan base is going, what the heck? We never do anything. We never sign any free agents. We never, and how much are they investing in their scouting and their coaching and if you're not going to play with the big boys in free agency, then why are you not paying your coaches more? Or why are you not having better development or spending millions instead of hundreds of millions to try to make your franchise better? And I don't think that I don't think that these teams are doing that either. So I don't know all the specifics, but it certainly seems like if we're gonna push, talking about expansion, and the league seems to have a big agenda with a lot of things that they're going to bring to this one, CBA. There's going to have to be give and take. You can't just walk in and say, hey, yeah, we're moving the draft to 5 rounds. We're going to add 2 teams. And, oh, by the way, we want a salary cap. And the players are supposed to just go, oh, okay. You want to totally restructure everything and, without any give and take. And I think that's where it's going to be an interesting negotiation.
If the owners were to agree on a floor that was reasonable, I'm not sure what that would be, $100 million, $120 million minimum payroll, you think then the players might be more likely to accept a cap?
I mean, I think if you start threatening lockout full season and the players believe it, I think if the players believe that there's a chance that they could miss a whole season, I think they would tend to listen if you told them that there was a cap, a floor, right, that would take the revenue that's going to the players to a similar place that it's been in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. So I think that would be the only way. I think that you could get them to maybe agree to a cap would certainly be to show them the economics of getting it closer.
Do you think it would have an impact on fan support? I mean, when that was going on in '94, you hadn't begun your career, right? I mean, you were 14. Still, you're a young guy at that point. So that was one of the things that we heard about '94, '95, that McGuire, Sosa, that brought fans back. But at the same time, I realize you could be taking some significant steps backward and alienating people, but I almost feel like for the game's long-term health, it actually might need to happen. I don't know. What do you think on that as a guy who not only played at the level you played, but has kids in the game now? Yeah,
I think that, again, I'm not an economist, but I think the game is doing pretty well. I think that these organizations, the evaluation of what their franchises are worth continue to rise. I think with, all the gambling sites and the sports, pro sports in general are in a pretty good place. Now, if you have fans that think that their team can't compete because of the giant salaries that the Dodgers or the Mets or some of these teams are handing out, and they want a more of a level playing field for competition and for their team to have a chance to win, then I can get on board with that. But to somehow pretend that there's owners, that are leaking money and they're just, they can barely stay afloat, I think that's not true. And so some of that I think is perception that they're trying to create. And then I think that, I don't know. I don't know if I don't want there to be a season, dismissed over this. I think that there's middle ground to find. And even if it came to a floor and a cap, and then, you negotiated some of this other stuff, they wouldn't be looking to add 2 teams if there was somehow like this, bad economic system that we have to get corrected next year. Like that the teams can't survive if we don't do this or do that. I mean, you wouldn't be so, we're going to add 2 teams and we have cities lined up and we have ownership groups lined up to buy teams or to have a team if it was such a kind of uneasy economic time.
Yeah, and baseball is targeting expansion here within the next few years, and a number of markets are interested in teams. All right, Matt, thank you for your honest opinions on this situation. Really appreciate it. Once again, it's the Jeff Passan article just posted on ESPN.com with some Major League Baseball current owners and representatives talking about what is staring down the game here in the next 14 months. All right, Matt Holliday with us. He is kind enough to take questions from the TMA audience, Doug. That's a high-risk move.
Yeah, okay.
You can text him in. Here we go. Hey, Matt, was there ever a time whilst you were standing in left field that you caught a fan face deep in a helmet nacho and thought to yourself that nacho proper looked like a good treat? That comes from Alan Dadeville. So you're out there, you're playing the game, and you catch somebody enjoying a helmet nacho. Did that tempt you?
I'm not a big nacho guy. Like I don't. That wouldn't be my first choice. If I saw somebody, I mean, look, nachos. I don't know what the current state is. I guess ballpark nachos to me, I just kind of think of that cheese that's kind of gooey that they just kind of pump out. That doesn't. I don't know where that cheese comes from.
Yeah.
That's not appetizing to me. Like if I caught somebody, I'd probably go, ugh, that looks kind of gross. I always think that's funny. Like if somebody's just chowing, like the texter said, like if they were face first in their nachos, I would get a giggle, but I certainly wouldn't be like, yeah, man, I really would like I wish he would give me one of those. But yeah, like there's some smells at the ballparks. Like I think if y'all have ever been to San Francisco, like the garlic fries.
Yeah, the garlic fries are all over there.
Yeah, you can smell it where you're like, man, I'm you know what? I'm pretty hungry right now.
I don't know if
I wouldn't mind.
If you noticed this when playing in San Francisco, I was a big fan of this. And I've espoused this opinion on the program. It was not well received, but that is my brand. That in San Francisco, and I don't know if this is a California thing, they're not, the concession peddlers, Doug, the vendors, they're not allowed to scream what product they have. Like, cold beer here. Yeah, so you didn't notice that. Yeah. And they have a packed ballpark out there, but they're not allowed to scream what product they're peddling while walking up and down the aisles. Yeah, how about that? Fun fact for no and tell. I don't know. I'm just telling you what was going on.
Yeah. And I think that's a distraction to the fans, or that's just a.
It's kind of a nuisance sometimes.
Some guys can really make that their moment on stage.
Yeah, like doing Othello in the 400 section.
I think in spring training, I've experienced that a few times where you can hear everything, and the guy that goes beer, 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 like, you know, he has like his own skit that people know about. Lemonade, lemonade, like your mama made.
Oh, talk about that. Lemonade like your mama made.
I'd buy a lemonade.
Yeah, right there.
So yeah, I actually don't hate that rule. I mean, look, if you need something and you're looking down the aisle, like you can kind of see what they have. So
yeah, that's why I'm saying I was a big fan of it. Hey guys, next time Matt is in town, we could use a fourth. When is he coming, and does he bring his clubs? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. He's fresh off of a round yesterday at Belle Reve. He said he had 2 birdies, but still shot a 103.
Nice. Look, Jackson and Ethan are into golf. They've got the golf bug, and they're good. I have not gotten the golf bug because I'm not very good, and when I hit bad shots, I get pissed. And so, I need lessons. They're on me about getting some lessons and being able to go out and play around the golf with them at a decent level. So I'm trying to figure out if that's something that I want to dive into. The time that it takes to get to even be decent at golf. But I like to play pickleball, which kind of takes me away from, like, if I'm going to go for 2 hours on a day and kind of get some time exercise or whatever. Like, I don't really consider golf much exercise, where if I go play pickleball for 2 hours, I feel like I got a good workout in. So
worry about that Achilles blowing up?
Well, I wasn't until you just said that.
God, you put that thought in his head.
But no, I probably need to get into golf a little bit so that, when Jackson, when we go on a vacation, or if I go visit them and they want to go play golf, that I can at least be somewhat decent.
I bet when you square it up, you can hit it 400 yards.
God, yeah, I bet you and your boys could bomb it.
I mean, they both play right-handed, so they hit baseballs left-handed, but they play right-handed, and they can both absolutely destroy it. I mean, it's quite impressive. Jackson has gotten really good. He plays a lot, and he's like, when I go visit him, like he's watching golf, he's watching YouTube golf. He's pretty into it. So I can hit a 7-iron really far because that's the club that I kind of took a lesson with, and I can actually hit it kind of consistently straight. And so a lot of times I just hit the crap out of a 7-iron and just like basically play with one club until I get to the green.
Like, how far are you hitting a 7?
Yeah, because Jackson here, not your son, but Jackson, who really called you way too early today, is 27 years old. And Jackson, how far is your carry on a 7-iron?
About $155 as the crow flies.
Yeah, I mean, I hit a few 200 yards that they were pretty impressed with. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I don't even know yardages, right? So, like, I don't play enough to where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna, I'm about 120 out. I'm gonna use this club or that club. Like, I have a lot to learn to be a remotely decent golfer. But they were impressed with how far I hit a 7-iron, and I don't even know what that looks like. So. Like I said, I don't even know. I think it was close to 200 yards, but I don't know.
Doug, this guy's got the raw materials. We can Butch Harmon him in to a Champions Tour appearance.
Sure. 200, that's a big 7-iron.
Yeah, you better believe it. That's legit, man. I mean, not that that's really surprising for a professional athlete, but, I mean, hey. Do you know what the index is of young Jackson Holliday?
Does that mean like his score? Like
handicap.
I think he usually shoots a couple over, whatever that means.
That probably means he's hanging around like a 1 or 2 index, and be my guess.
Yeah, I've seen him play really, really well, and then obviously with baseball, sometimes you go weeks without playing and not as good. But I have seen him play a couple of rounds. So here at Stillwater, we have a nice country club, and he plays it a lot, so he can shoot close to par, here, but. Obviously, if you go out to some more challenging courses, it's probably, depending on the day, it could be anywhere from close to par to 10 over. But he's pretty good, pretty impressive.
Did you ever go out there with your Oklahoma State Cowboy Ricky Fowler or Justin Thomas, your neighbors down there in Jupiter?
Back in the day, we used to. Ricky had like a par 3 in his front yard, basically. So we would go down there and hit balls with him and watch him. And but I have not ever played around with him. When we lived down there, I probably lost a lot of opportunities to be better at golf, but, I was busy trying to be good at baseball. So
gotta get your priorities straight.
Yeah, I had enough frustration trying to hit a baseball.
Matt Holliday here on the program. Always good to talk it over. Really appreciate the time, man, and thanks so much. As always, look forward to talking again next week. Thanks, Matt. And I'll yell at Martin on your behalf for leaving early right in the middle of your interview.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels redundant, that I don't have to answer a question that we've already answered before.
Doug, you want to ask him his favorite NFL team before he goes? Or
what was that NFL team again?
Yeah, I still don't have one. I'll find one by next week.
There you go. He's looking at the Browns. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, guys.
See Matt Holliday with us here on TMA. Good stuff on the work stoppage potential.
We're talking about owners and the low-budget owners not spending money. I thought Lady Sonia's Teacup sent in an interesting text. He said he heard an interview with Andy Van Slyke, and Andy told a story about how he met Mark Cuban, who grew up a Pittsburgh fan, and Andy told Cuban, you ought to buy the Pirates. They need a big money owner. And Cuban said that he had tried numerous times to buy the Pirates, but that owner literally makes $35 million a year by doing just what he's doing. He's not going to walk away from that, would you? And that's exactly what's going on with some small salary
That's
teams.
what I'm telling you, and that's why you can talk about the salary cap, talk about the salary floor, because I really do believe the Pirates being a perfect example of it being a business model for franchises to go, yeah, we're just going to suck, but I'm going to make $35 million. I think there's a number of teams in that spot. Yeah. I mean, what a nice little hit. Got the team here for 12 years. There's nearly $500 million. What a nice little business model. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. Matt Holliday, great conversation there. If you missed it, go back and podcast on the TMA YouTube channel or on the TMA app. That is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. They're local, founded here in St. Louis in 1979, and they're still in St. Louis. They just built brand new offices down on the hill a couple years ago. And you want a local law firm if you're in need of a personal injury attorney, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment. That's why you can hear Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman in studio on this show because they are here in St. Louis and they're active in St. Louis, especially here as presenting sponsors of TMA. After an accident, money can be tight. That's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. When you are a Brown & Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown & Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN.
let the spirit glow. We fight, we claw, we'll never stop. Stanley dreams will reach the top. Jobu's got our back, believe the plot. Blues on fire, yeah, we're red hot. From the gateway arch to the rink so bright.
We've transitioned into hockey songs at least now. We've made that move.
About to be hockey season.
Okay.
Hold it tight.
What is training camp's underway?
Oh, yeah, it is right now.
About 25 seconds.
Okay. I was talking with the great Keith Krause, director of sales. I'd like to apologize to the audience. I'm going to take some time away and reflect.
Yeah. When you're away too long, you need to take more time to reflect.
Right.
I will be gone next, what is it, Jackson? Friday and then Monday, Tuesday.
Next Friday.
This is where I draw the blinds in Las Vegas.
Right. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Watch the Ryder Cup. Might go down and play some poker here and there.
Yeah,
I'm just going to 3-bet tourists. I'll be honest with you. And then when they 4-bet me, I'm sorry, I'll be 5-betting.
Yeah.
And if they come over the top at that point, I lay it down.
And then some guy in his 80s is going to play all erratic and take all your money.
Yeah, King 7 offsuit. Can't go to dinner tonight, sister.
What are you looking most forward to dining upon?
It's a great question, Chairman. There is a restaurant out there called Kabuto. Doug, I'll spell it for you. Kabuto.
Okay.
And I enjoy sushi. I'm a meat and potatoes guy, of course.
Doesn't sound like it with the sushi.
But this was recommended to me, and I have never had anything remotely like it. Jackson tells me about this place called Nobu.
Nobu.
Oh, okay.
Chicken wings and fries. We don't go on dates.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Nobu.
Oh, that's in Malibu, isn't it?
There's
in Arnold.
several.
Malibu and Arnold? Are there two locations?
Yeah,
I think De Niro has one in Tribeca, but when they had the opportunity to move to Arnold, they did.
It's Tribeca, Milan, Malibu, Las Vegas, Arnold.
When you can dine upon that while looking at the water tower, I don't see how it gets any better.
Yeah.
So as good as Nobu is, somehow Kabuto puts it to shame. And I don't know how, I feel like I've gotten more emails over the years asking what the restaurant is that I talk about in Las Vegas, and it's in a random spot. Doug, a lot of massage operations in this particular part of town.
Yeah.
Wow, that engaged you.
No, it's nice for people to get loose.
It's just a little west of the Strip. It is just phenomenal. But my wife has been trying to get us in there, and it's all booked up already. I don't know what the hell's going on out there next week. I know the Bears are playing the Raiders, but usually we don't have a problem. So I don't know. And I've run into some guys I play poker with in that place. It's more of a locals place, isn't it? But anyway, just phenomenal. So that's the chairman to answer your question. It was a wonderful question. That's the answer to your question. I'm more of a meat and potatoes.
Yeah, sure you are.
For sure.
I wonder what people in Oakland, how they feel about Las Vegas taking both the Raiders and the A's.
Now, that's a nice question. The Raider brand, somehow, perhaps more than any other American sports team in the 4 major North American professional leagues, transcends its location. That is my master's thesis for here. We're talking sushi and brand recognition. So I think a lot of people who are fans of the Raiders in L.A. and fans of the Raiders in Oakland still are fans of the Raiders in Las Vegas. Of course, it's closer than St. Louis to L.A. because they view their loyalty to the team and the brand and the characters they dress up as, which I got to experience when I went to the Oakland Paramount Theater, I believe is where it was, for their town hall meeting in 2015. And scary creatures, but friendly as all get out, I have to tell you. But I think that they still cheer for the team. Whereas for most teams that leave a city, they're vilified in that former market.
Yeah.
Not going to find a lot of Indianapolis Colts fans in Baltimore.
No, but they still have to be upset that they left.
I would imagine,
Those
yeah.
Oakland residents.
They lost all their teams.
But when I was at that town hall, yeah, because the Warriors are now in San Francisco, and I'm sure,
but you can make that drive,
right? But Oakland and San Francisco, even though they're right next to each other, there isn't a whole lot of love there. That when Mark Davis appeared on stage, now when I was in San Diego, Spanos didn't appear on stage. Obviously, Kroenke did not appear on stage here for these town halls. Davis did appear on stage, and he gets a standing ovation from the fans.
Wow.
So that just shows you the difference in the dynamic there.
Right.
I'm talking about Bull Cut. And they just loved him. I love it when you guys talk about my Raiders. That's from Raider Greg, Doug.
Oh, Raider Greg. Okay. We don't spend enough time talking about the Raiders, probably.
Gorgeous uniforms.
Mount Rushmore and NFL uniforms, go.
There are some good ones out there. I was thinking about that the other day. There's some just all-time great uniforms
Raiders,
on NFL teams.
The Raiders home, black and silver.
The Cowboys, you got to go with.
Give me the Cowboys. Give me the Kelly Green Philadelphia Eagles.
So not what they're wearing now. That's what they wore more in the 80s and 90s.
And they'll wear it once a year now.
The Packers have good uniforms.
Oh, you just lost Jackson. You just lost him. God, he looked at you with disdain.
The Giants, when they wear that...
when they wear the correct
blue with the
giant
gray,
helmet, not the lowercase NY nonsense, when it says Giants on the side of it in bold underline. That's a gorgeous
49ers
helmet.
have good uniforms, I think.
Getting warmer, yeah. I like that one. A lot of people in my age group are going to say the Chargers.
Oh, yeah, I love the Chargers. The powder blue when they wear
Lukewarm
it.
on that one. Yeah, but I think I like the Bears home uniforms.
Doug's upset with you. Boy, you guys are really disagreeing over the NFC North, I noticed.
Well,
what about the Dolphins? What about Miami?
Kind of blah.
Really?
Do you think they're going to get skull pounded tonight in Buffalo?
Yeah.
It strikes me as so obvious that I don't know what to do with it, and I still might play the Bills.
Tua has looked awful.
They've got planes flying over Hard Rock Stadium saying to fire... what the hell is Mike
McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel, thank you.
Yeah.
Speaking of planes, my nephew did the flyover at the LSU Florida game. He was
is that right?
one of the pilots in the
Holy
in the Jets.
crap.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It'd been a fun thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutly. That's super cool.
What did he say? Did you get a chance to talk to him?
I haven't talked to him, no.
That's your brother's son?
No. Sister-in-law.
I didn't think I'd be so...
Sister-in-law.
Got it. Well, that had to be cool, going over Death Valley on a night game.
Yeah, I would
Gators?
think that'd be a lot of fun.
Doug, my wife is from Malibu. She fell and hit her head and moved to St. Louis and married me. And she likes when Tim and Welly come over to play. Can we talk sex, please? That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. You suspended him yesterday and you tariffed him?
8%, yeah. I dropped it 2% because he's been a sponsor.
Packers have an all-time uniform. Screw Jackson. It's from John Gruden's burner.
Yeah, I think it's great, too.
I know I'm on an island with this one.
They don't look like any other team that's ever played the game. No other college team.
It's unique.
Very distinct.
It's classic. I just don't like it. I don't like how they wear the mesh jersey still. I'm out on it.
I hate the team, but the 49ers are my favorite NFL uniform. That's from the Sun Launcher.
Great jersey. Can't deny the jersey's outstanding.
Doug, did your nephew go to journalism school as well? That's from the Birthday Hawk.
No, he went to the Air Force Academy.
Oh, man. What went wrong?
Nothing. He's now like a major, and he's flown missions in the
But he doesn't
Middle East.
get to give takes.
No exposure.
Does he have, does he have a Twitter account? How many followers does he have?
He'll have time to come to his senses later in life and start spitting hot takes.
Thank you. Good to hear.
There's no age limit for that.
The defense will not stop Josh Allen, not once. Go Bills, Tim. That's from caller Buzz. There you go. What about the Bucks creamsicles? They should be in the top 5. I think they're wearing those this week. I saw Baker Mayfield doing an interview, and he was sporting the creamsicle. Do you like the creamsicle?
No,
Put it in the top 5.
Not
what
at
about
all.
Greg Vaughn, who's a Tampa resident?
I don't care what he says about this either. I don't like those uniforms.
Did you see the bettor that turned $10 into over 10 grand, and he got like 10 legs of a parlay right and just needed the Bucks to pull that out against the Texans on Monday night?
No.
The Bucks scored at the very end. He was sweating that one out.
So he got his 10 grand?
Yeah. It was a fantasy football league. Low points in the league has to put in a $10 parlay with one play from each member. So all the first 9 hit, and they just needed one more on Monday Night Football. And they got home.
For $10,000.
It's a nice hit.
It is.
I absolutely loved the Houston Oilers uniforms. Jackson, how do you feel about that? Earl Campbell.
Yeah, they
Warren Moon.
But they wear them against Tennessee. Wears them against Houston sometimes.
That's kind of a cuck sitch.
Big time cuck sitch.
No love for the creamsicle Tampa Bay uniforms with the flamboyant dashing pirate on it. Get some damn taste, you animals. It's from the 636.
Love that uniform.
You like the creamsicle?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
They're coming out with the white creamsicle this year. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Okay.
Guys, what about those Tampa Bay Rams uniforms for the final game at the Dome?
Brutal.
Those were so hot. That's from the Warson with
It was
Watson.
ketchup against mustard.
And the color rush age was bad. It was rough.
And then it was weird because the Rams had a road game to finish off the regular season, and they just headed out to...
Didn't even come back.
If you were looking for screaming tells and you couldn't pick up Teddy KGB's Oreo tell, that would be one as well. You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. Heading into the 10 o'clock hour. Martin had to bolt early. Matt Holliday not happy about it. There's going to be a lot of tension there going forward. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You miss anything, you can always go back and podcasts like the Dickens. And you know who makes that possible? Jason Gosrow, Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you have worked with them a couple times.
Oh, yeah, they've been out to my house. Yeah. I just needed a strut. Thought I needed a whole new door. Maybe a spring. Nope, just a strut.
Yeah, that's what Jason's going to do. He's going to take great care of our listeners. It's SCHAEFER, Schaefer Door, SchaeferDoor.com. They set up a number for TMA listeners. That number is 636-782-3608. That's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. If you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs as they handle commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door Company. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. It is Thursday, and that means we have our big league impact interview here. And Cardinal reliever Matt Svanson is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Matt.
Morning. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for joining us here on the program as we are talking it over regarding the Major League Baseball playoffs and how things are shaking out. What is the mindset of you guys here? You're lurking in the playoffs with a few games to go and still in the mix, despite I know the season not going where the team wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, we're really just one game at a time at this point. We're facing, obviously, some playoff teams coming up. We got the Brewers, and then we face the Giants. We're competing with the wild card spot at. So definitely still somewhat in our control, but we definitely have to almost win out at this point. But one game at a time, that's all we can do.
For you personally, this has been an outstanding first year in the big leagues, hasn't it? Your numbers are just outstanding. Did you expect to come in and pitch this well this early?
I mean, obviously, I always had high expectations for myself, but if you told me this past April that I'd be in this position, kind of solidified a role, then I honestly wouldn't have believed it at all. So it's kind of pretty surreal to look back at everything and see where I'm at right now, and honestly where the team's at, too, that we're looking good for not only the rest of this year, but next year also.
Did you have that big league wow moment when you realized you had made it and that you were on the same level as some of these guys?
I mean, I'd say probably the coolest one was when I was at Wrigley Field for 4th of July, because I'm from Chicago originally, so I had so much family there and everything. So that's probably the time that hit me the most. And then also 2 weeks ago during the Big League Impact fantasy event, just I walk in the room and Wayno's there, and the first thing he says is like, "Hey, nice to meet you. You've been doing awesome this year." It's like, oh my God.
How about that?
Like, I know. That was probably one of the coolest moments because, like, obviously I'm around like Arenado all the time. I've seen him at Yachty, but someone like Wayno to be there and following me was absolutely surreal.
Tell me if this is correct, Doug. This information fed to me by a listener. The first time you played varsity baseball, you threw a perfect game?
Yeah, that is correct.
Doug, some people just kind of have it.
Yes.
Yeah, that was definitely an insane game. That was my first start. Wasn't supposed to go on the spring trip at all, and it was able to go and have a perfect game, and kind of that jumped my career forward in high school at least.
Yeah, I would imagine it might have caught some people's attention. I mean, were you already trending in that direction, or was this just like a real revelation moment? I mean, I can't imagine you're like, well, I got the ball. Let's just set them all up and set them all down.
No, that was. I think we were just low on pitching at that point. I was there as an extra guy, and then I think we just had like a extra game added last second, and they're like, all right, well, let's see what he's got. And yeah, it definitely worked out, as we can all see.
And the coach couldn't see this before he put you in the game?
Fire this guy!
No, the coach actually was the one. I prop him. I talk to him still all the time. Like, he gave me the chance, which is awesome. And I don't blame him at that point. I was undersized. I was probably like 5'8", threw like 84 miles an hour. Like, I was by no means a prospect at any point. So really didn't have my growth spurt till, honestly, after that season.
God, that's encouraging, because I might be 5'8" with my lift, so that means I can still get to 6'4". Doug, this is great news.
Yeah. Jump up at any time.
Look at that.
Even in your mid-40s, a guy can grow 5 or 6 inches?
Exactly, yeah.
Really?
Absolutely. This is incredibly encouraging. So you did grow up in the Chicago areas you just made reference to. And at the time, I would imagine, and it's fine to say this, you're amongst friends, were you a Cubs fan, and was 2016 like the greatest for you?
No, I actually grew up a Red Sox fan. My dad raised me a Red Sox fan. So
wow. How'd that happen?
High school. He was a Red Sox fan. Honestly, it's because his brother was a Yankees fan, and they had a feud, so he became a Red Sox fan. I grew up watching only the Red Sox. But no, that day in 2016 when the Cubs won was probably one of the most annoying days of my life, because everyone was wearing Cubs jerseys at school, and it's just in your face. So that was a rough day for sure.
How about that? So so that night were you cheering for the Indians?
Honestly, I was cheering for a good baseball game, and we got probably one of the most memorable games you could possibly imagine.
Absolutely.
But I was definitely, I'd say, rooting for it just because, I don't know. Because for football, I'm a Colts fan, because when they played the Bears in the Super Bowl, I guess I hated seeing people happy. I don't know why.
You'll fit in on this show great.
Hate seeing people happy. So it's been a good year for you as a Cardinal.
My parents always joked around with that, so I guess I was like, yeah, it'd be funny to see the Indians win at that point.
So when people would bring up Michael Jordan's run, I know you weren't around for it, but that would really bother you as well?
No. See, I didn't have any time with Michael Jordan. I have a heartbreak with Derrick Rose, who
Rose, Jackson Burkett.
NBA experience, but still follow Bulls and Blackhawks.
Okay. Oh, so all right. So when the Blackhawks would go on their run when you were a young tyke, you were on board with that.
I was a little bit older and more mature. Like I was 12. So
okay. All right. Man, I like this.
Big boy at that point.
I like seeing people upset. Man, this is my kind of guy. Schadenfreude. Matt, you are kind enough to, because this is Wainwright's thing, and you got to experience it a couple weeks ago. Big League Impact. Jackson is the captain of our fantasy team. Jackson, we're 1-1 through 2 weeks.
1-1, yeah.
Matt, tell the people about Big League Impact, its impact on you. Obviously, you're a Wainwright fan.
Yes, I am. But Big League Impact was the event itself was awesome. Obviously, we were there to build football trivia, and I had my hot takes on some of the NFL players. But no, the event was awesome. Getting to meet all the people kind of going through there, taking ground balls and fly balls, I believe, in the outfield. I didn't get a chance to make it out there, but I was talking to everyone. So it was really awesome to kind of be there with the fans and honestly talk to them shop a little bit about football, like go back and forth. And it's really awesome to be able to be a part of this, because I know LaNorris has a team, Gibson has a team, and then me joining with Palante into a league has been pretty cool to kind of see it every week. And obviously Palante's team's been doing well, which is unfortunate because he keeps talking to me about that. But hopefully we'll be able to come back after the fact.
Are you excited about the Colts off to their start, or did you just take the Colts because they were playing the Bears back then?
Yeah, no, I'm very excited about the Colts and their start. But as everyone keeps telling me that it's fake and Daniel Jones will come back to earth, but I don't know. I'd like to hope he doesn't, and that he keeps doing what he's doing.
2-0 for the Colts. BigLeagueImpact.org is where you can learn more about it. Matt Svanson and Doug, we're going to take this and run with it.
Okay.
I hate seeing people happy. We're going to try to get that trademarked and attach it to you, and we'll go into business together, Matt. Appreciate the time, man. Enjoyed the conversation. Thanks so much, Matt.
Of course. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Matt Svanson with us here on TMA. Yeah, Doug, this last game of the year, coach goes, well, we need somebody to throw. Matt, you want to go? Sure. I'll go throw a perfect game.
And he went from 5'8". He's listed now at 6'5", 235. So he grew 9 inches from high school.
I'm going to be 6'5".
Isn't that exciting?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's exciting.
You have to get a whole new wardrobe.
I didn't know I could look up to you anymore.
How about that, Doug? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by Stifel, St. Louis-based company, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's an historic company founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and the recently completed Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder they decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel, Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Milwaukee Brewers here at Busch Stadium. 7:15 first pitch on Friday. Sonny Gray towing the slab for the Cardinals. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, it's auto-tune theme now.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Loyal sponsor on TMA is Mentality. If you are feeling sluggish, if you are putting on weight, even if you're working out and eating healthy, you're going, what's going on? This just doesn't make sense. This isn't the way that it's always been. Those are symptoms of low testosterone. That doesn't mean that you have low testosterone, but Mentality will test your testosterone levels and also your free testosterone levels to find out if they can help you out. Men, have you or your family seen a change? Not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress or the undeniable fact that we're all becoming our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you change that. Stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. How can you do that? Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's mentalityhealth.com. Get tested. You got nothing to lose. I've done it. You're in and out within 20 minutes. It's mentalityhealth.com. Coming up at 10:50, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Great conversation with Matt Holliday in the 9 o'clock hour. Doug Armstrong addressed the media yesterday. Doug, he says the Blues could actually be better this year. Here is how he thinks that could happen. Take a listen if you would.
Oh, I will.
Sure. I think we're a little deeper. I also think that we do have some positive experiences to go off of, but I think bringing in two centermen, doesn't put too much undue pressure on young players that are 20, 21 years old. I think, quite honestly, a lot changed. And I think we discussed this a little bit last year at the end with bringing in Broberg and Holloway expedited this process. Right now, and then bringing Fowler in, we don't have to put the 3 first-rounders from 2 years ago into our lineup right now. If we didn't have those players, we probably would and just sort of learn on the go. But the players showed enough last year for us to acquire veteran players, get back to the maturation that we've had in the past of letting players come at their own pace, come at their own time. And so I think experience players helps us. I think, having youth being served to some extent, but making it earned, I think is better for us long-term than making them earn it than to give it to them.
Post again, Doug.
Yeah. Maybe he's trying to go bar Mexico. I don't know. Where you hit the post and go straight down and into the net.
That's what that's called?
Is that the sounder you're looking for?
It's kind of just some general hockey noise.
Okay.
Ambient noise is what it's called.
All right. Well, it's hard to ever disagree too much with anything Doug Armstrong says, I feel. It always makes sense when he maps it out like that.
People love that guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, unless I realize, I understand. Immediately somebody's in the audience, probably more than somebody. Multiple people going to go, I don't love him. I hate X, Y, and Z moves. I understand that. I'm speaking in general. If you were to do I guess, Doug, you'd call it a Gallup poll of St. Louis area sports fans, Doug Armstrong would be operating at, I think, an 80% approval rating.
Oh, probably so. And nobody in those jobs bats 1,000. You're always going to make a move somewhere along the line if you're in that position long enough that you regret, would like to have back, and he's had a couple. But for the most part, he's nailed it.
Why do you guys never talk about City SC? I mean, the Cardinals stink, and you talk about them all day.
Oh.
Shame, shame, shame. I am not happy at all.
Doug, that's Car Wash Dave.
Car Wash Dave.
And they love it in St. Louis.
I would suggest you go get another car wash then.
I don't know if I would say that the program talks Cardinals all day.
No.
But I also know that when one is not in a good headspace, the facts sometimes are your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And so I want to thank Car Wash Dave for listening to the show and why I hope you continue to do so. Thanks.
Okay.
That's me attempting to be folksy. It just isn't my natural thing.
Well,
I know I'm elite, and it's tough for me to not be elite.
I understand.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Second Bundesliga.
Shut the hell up, soccer simp!
Oh.
That's from Merp the Barbarian.
Soccer simp, he called him?
They're guys who kick with both legs.
That's what happens on New York sports radio when a soccer guest drops by and the host doesn't have interest in discussing it. I think that's up there with the Stanley obituaries.
Nothing will top that.
Hearing this. I'm out in the backyard with my 3-year-old, and Doug, all he wants to do is dribble with his right foot. And, I played at St. Gabriel, so I know a little something about the beautiful game.
Oh, sure you do, yeah.
And I go, hey, and I start screaming at him.
Yeah.
This is 3-year-old soccer. We're going to win out here. So use the left foot. All right, you're not eating. Okay, I'm not changing your diaper then.
Yeah.
You start using, you incentivize.
Right. And that diaper rash gets to a point where he'll start using the left leg.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's how we do it. Yeah. Are you guys ever going to talk about the Ryder Cup at all? That's from Big Tough, and now they're just not happy with the topics.
What should we be saying about that?
Well, I mean, you wonder if the United States is up against it, and is Team Europe a good bet at plus 170 because it's essentially the same team that they brought to Rome with only one replacement. It's the same last name. It's just Rasmussen for Nikolai Højgaard.
Okay.
Doug, rank your favorite Højgaards.
Nicholas and Rasmus are one and two. And I guess the other guys would follow after that.
There's my ranking. Rory. John Rahm. Nice.
Yeah.
Do you worry about the Americans bringing so many rookies with them?
I don't worry about any of it. I don't.
Are you going to sit in your room with your blinds drawn so nobody can talk to you and you can watch it 3 straight days?
I don't stay in a place that has blinds. I have to bring aluminum foil.
Boy, that wouldn't do well in Las Vegas.
No.
I would be incinerated.
Yeah, God, that'd be hot.
Well, at least nothing will stick to it, though.
Sure.
It's true.
You guys never talk about the Lindenwood Lions.
Oh, that's old Woody.
Gosh.
That's true. Then probably won't.
Well, we don't know much about the Lindenwood Lions, do we?
They got Stony Brook this weekend.
Oh, have they? New York school.
Francesa used to have a Stony Brook quarter zip, and fans would get upset with him. They would have that.
Why?
Say he was rooting for Stony Brook.
That's a bad thing?
I guess. I don't know.
Why do you guys never talk about Indiana Fever basketball? And why do you hate women's sports? And why won't Doug just sit on my step stool? Which is, of course, my nickname for my face. Thanks, and free Pat Murphy and Ken Rosenthal, I guess. I can't lose Mr. Martin as a source. That's from Brian Henshin, who is covering the Colts as they travel to Nashville to take on Cam Ward in his stables of who are these people catching the football.
And he just got himself suspended, too. Suspended a period of 2 days' time. And I'm not going to put the tariff on at this point, but there will be a letter put in his file.
So he gets a letter?
Letter in his file.
You guys never talk about the Kirkwood Pioneers either.
That's in the Jerkwood from Kirkwood.
That's on Vaughn.
Well, we did when Jeremy Macklin was here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't come up every day, but occasionally.
Should it?
Probably not.
They got McClure North this weekend.
Have they? Kirk was still undefeated?
2-1.
Oh.
Lost to Lafayette.
Oh, that's right.
I work at a car wash, Tim, so there. That's from Car Wash Dave, who wasn't happy when we were talking about City SC.
Okay.
And that was a clean sheet against Montreal?
Don't say clean sheet.
I got so much bird crap in my car. It's unbelievable. Every day, a new...
You park under a tree?
Yeah.
Well,
it's gross.
Not much way around that.
No.
You can chastise us for what we aren't talking about. 314-399-9646. And you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Doug, you know about Collier and Thompson, and people can call in to yell at us about what we're not talking about. 314-974-0101.
You can call Collier and Thompson, and they won't yell at you at all. There's always a person there. This is a big-time professional operation. This is not one of those home redo companies where maybe your Uncle Binky had a job there once and he'd like to come over and lay the hardwood foot. Now, Collier and Thompson are the big boys. They've been around since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of experience. They can handle anything in your job, in your house, rather. If you haven't updated your house in recent years, it's looking tired, it's looking old, but you don't want to move because of interest rates or it's a hassle, Collier and Thompson can make your home look exactly like you want it to look. They've been doing it for a long time, and they are the best in town. It's also a company that you can trust. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do during the process, always available for you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in what they do. It may cost them some extra time and dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. Anything you need done in your house, whether you're looking to redo the kitchen or the master bathroom or a man cave or a basement, you name it, they have done it all for many years, and they do it better than anyone in town. Check out their showroom out there on Manchester. They got more than 10,000 square feet and more than 20 kitchen displays. Get some great ideas of what you can do to your house to make it look just the way you'd like it to look. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come on to quality, online at CollierandThompson.com.
The U-High's playing good football with an offensive lineman playing quarterback. Give them some coverage since it's the premier institution in the area that's better than everyone else. It's Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I saw the video of their quarterback. He looks like he's about 250 pounds.
Big boy. I like that.
Clipped to Smet.
Did they?
Clipped to Smet this past. That was kind of a surprise. I don't know. You know, I'm more focused on the academics.
Always have been.
Thank you. Well, because I got cut from the athletics.
Study. So we had plenty of time to do it, too, didn't you?
Oh, you.
Oh, sorry. I'm a mother.
Not over this stuff.
Okay.
All right. Email in, design, air, heating, and cooling. Email it the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. You know, I was taking my boys last night to Fenton Barn Grill. See that Chuck?
Oh, yeah?
Chuck wasn't there, unfortunately, but I was texting with him earlier in the day. Got that wingy. Man, those wings are good. And this song was on, and my 8-year-old, he likes the jam.
How could he not?
And he was asking about what was going on with the ivory and the skinny pieces.
She cleans it with her face.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
These are the lyrics, but I love my baby.
Yeah. It's tough.
The ivory and the skinny pieces?
Yeah, she cuts them into skinny pieces.
Cleans it up.
Yeah, with her face. But I love my baby. So I broke down cocaine use in 2015 songs with my children. And then we had some wings and fries, I'll be honest, and it was a great night.
One of two The Weeknd put out that. I think Starboy might have been 16.
That was Starboy 16?
I don't know.
That was the opening track to Starboy, the titular track.
Don't say the titular.
Now I got to explain that to him. Now I got to explain it to him.
The name of the album is the same name as the song.
Okay, I just
You asshat. You completely ignored my text earlier this week about our proud Parkway West alumni making a Sports Center type catch for Iowa State this past weekend. I'm sure it's because the chairman's still upset about our Longhorns taking that Seckman bunch's measure, giving them their first loss in a regular season in quite some time. That's from William B. Hung.
Okay.
Frankly, I could not care less about Seckman football.
But you're a Seckman alum.
I mean, I wish him well, but if the Longhorns get him, I lose no sleep.
Didn't you claim to be the most famous Seckman alum?
I stand by that, actually.
Is that right, really?
I mean...
Is that more of a commentary on the alumni?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's in Herculaneum?
Oh, Doug. No.
Peevely.
Imperial.
Okay. It all kinds of blends together for me.
Which is Jefferson County's like West End, right? It's like the West End?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
Like the cultured place where beatniks hang out?
Yeah.
But it's a pretty big school, right? They got 1,500 or so kids.
Yeah.
Garment district.
There was a former UFC fighter. I don't think he went huge, but he was on one of those reality shows, and he took like a spinning kick to the dome and just was nighty-night.
So you think he's the most famous?
I honestly, I think probably nationwide he would get it, but if you just stayed local, it's probably me.
But he got kicked into next week?
Good night.
Really? Sorry to hear that.
Never, and I mean never, say titular ever again. That's from Big Tuft, and he is not happy with Jackson's use of the word.
It was disappointing.
I'm sorry, but you won't keep me down.
Flip that off.
Really?
Yeah, that's the correct verbiage.
Okay.
You can say Beau Heisman if you want, Doug. He was on Sports Center. And listen to this game prep that he's got. I don't know, is this for home games? Because at home, he's not going to have, you'd have to deal with a road game for a month.
For every game, I usually pump some crowd noise in my AirPods as loud as I can, and kind of just picture myself jogging out on the field for the first time and calling the play in the huddle. But music-wise, no, I want it as realistic as possible. Maybe an opposing team's band to make a game like as possible, but other than that, it's just crowd noise.
So he's walking around the field before the game. Here we are. It's 5:15 in Columbia, Missouri, Saturday night. Oh, there's LaNorris. Is he going to play? We still don't know. And there's Beau Heisman. And in those AirPods, he's not listening to The Weeknd and talk of ivory and skinny pieces. Why, he's just listening to crowd noise.
Okay.
I would like to hear the Vin Scully version of Starboy.
I don't think in my day anybody wore headsets or had music pumping
couldn't bring
into
a trolley out there.
I say again?
You couldn't bring a record
you
player.
Son of a so-and-so.
Wow. You're age shaming now. That ain't cool, bro.
One of those big ones with the horn at the end.
Oh, yeah. We had transistor radios. You could hold that up to your ear.
Bring those out there.
Mm-hmm.
Get the antenna right.
If you did, I'm sure the coach would have ripped it out of your ear and said, "What the hell are you doing?"
What about like when the Walkman came around?
Oh, that was big.
Wouldn't Tony always have a Walkman? Tony LaRussa?
I'm not sure.
I nearly hit the man as I was driving to KMOV, Doug, before Game 1 of the 2002 NLCS. And I go, God, look at this son of... I go, that's LaRussa. And he's wearing a Bill Goldberg, the wrestler T-shirt with a Walkman CD player as he ran down Broadway.
Was the Walkman...
Like at 2:15.
And you almost ran over
him? And
him?
he shot out across.
Really?
I had the right of way. I did.
Was it clipped to his person or was he holding it?
Boy, it's been 23 years, but I think he was carrying it.
How do you think the St. Louis baseball fan would have taken it had they learned that, You ran over Tony La Russa in a hit-and-run accident just outside Busch Stadium.
I think that I might have been kicked out of town.
That's one of my favorite bits in The Other Guys with Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg, because Wahlberg accidentally shoots Derek Jeter in the leg.
What about Catherine?
Catherine.
That wasn't Catherine the wife?
Was that Eva Mendez's character?
No. Of the gentleman, or was it Christineth?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And what actress was that? Blake Lively, Doug? Looks like Blake Lively, but it wasn't Blake Lively. It wasn't
Blake Lively.
But it kind of looks like Blake Lively.
I really like the guy who played her then husband. That was, of course, Tim.
Doug, we're guessing obscure scenes from films that are 15 years old.
Right. Is that Lindsay Sloan? No, Natalie Zia. Christina. She looks a lot like Blake Lively, like scary amount like Blake Lively.
Yes. But she hasn't done anything like that, Blake Lively, eh?
No.
So what's she doing?
A lot of TV.
She interested in being on tomorrow?
Probably could get her. Probably could get her.
Gabe. You want to get Christina on?
No.
I was going to try to book Gamecock Will 69.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's upset about the Gers.
Yeah, you get my wife's name right.
It's from the 636.
Yes, that guy. That guy's really funny.
But you don't know his name.
No, that was, but I have it pulled up. That was Bret Gelman.
Okay.
Didn't he used to advertise on the show?
No, that was the Gelman Brothers.
Gelman
Real
Brothers.
estate.
Nooning Tree.
Right. I drove past that the other day.
Did you? It's in Chesterfield.
Subdivision.
Yeah, it's in Chesterfield.
It's on Olive.
Right. It's nice. Expansive.
Looked nice. Yeah. Didn't even know what I was talking about.
I drove past it a couple of years ago.
Oh, there's Nooning Tree.
Get involved on the program. Design, air, heating, cooling email is coming up. It's TM8 101 Speed. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I've been out there, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. The best thing is that they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call them at 636-532-5008. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. aestheticdesignandbuild.com. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. CMA 101 ESPN. Well, Doug, here we go.
Okay, we're going now. All right, here we go. All right, let's go. All right. Here now we are. Let's go. Let's go. Okay.
Do we all just put in an amount of money that makes us uncomfortable on the Bills tonight because they're handing out free money? Do we do that? Do we have a financial? Do we all in the audience contact our guy? My guy, of course, is under the Arnold Water Tower at 2 o'clock on Tuesdays, usually with envelopes, and go, you know what? They're handing out free money. There's not a number big enough to get us off the Bills. Let's all experience this together. We all can't sleep together, but we all can bet together. Let's do it.
The spread is Buffalo by 11.5.
Yes.
What if, could I offer you this, Tim? What if we take a rushing prop on James Cook over 66.5? If the Bills are up big, they're going to be running the ball.
I got to tell you, I like that play a lot, too. That James Cook's going off.
66.5 is his number. That's what I
maybe
like.
I diversify, but I mean, they're both falling into the category of locks. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners are already leveraged beyond belief. I don't even know who I owe money to anymore.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put maybe the bankroll on that James Cook prop.
You're shipping the roll?
Yeah.
What if he gets hurt?
I had a healthy weekend, and I think I'm going to.
Oh, look at this guy. All of a sudden, it's Parties in the Park 2002.
What if they get so far ahead they take him out?
It's a possibility, but it's a risk. I mean,
It's a
this
little
is
safer to bet on the team than one guy.
Yeah. Quit chasing my bills! It's in the Big Show.
Scared money don't make no money, though, Doug.
Think about that.
It's called gambling, man. Get involved.
Don't tell me what to do.
Looking back on it, it's a good thing we didn't put that Cardinals, Battlehawks, Blues parlay together.
Not necessarily.
Right. Didn't work out.
Again, scared money doesn't make money.
Don't, Jackson. The only thing the Dolphins have is a run defense. Josh rushing over and tight ends over. Take Bills. That's from Buzz.
Nope. Taking the James Cook rushing. I'm taking it. There's nothing. No one can say anything to me. It's already been
66.5.
66.5. James Cook rushing yards.
Kincaid over 33.5 receiving yards. Dalton Kincaid, Doug.
He's been good. But they got two tight ends. I don't want to risk that.
James Cook. Doug, do you call him a bell cow?
He's
a bell cow.
Halfback for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're just staring down the barrel of a 38 to 3, 38 to 10. I wouldn't mind Tyreek getting in for the Southside Seaman.
Seems to be some good chemistry going on down there.
Things are going well.
I wished I'd taken that bet last week where I think it was for the Mizzou-Louisiana game where the over-under was like 42 or something.
Yeah, hit at halftime.
Tam Avenue Capital, that was my lock of the week on the FanDuel spread zone. It covered it. I actually was having people, they were texting and DMing me. Thank you for the play. As if I know my ass from a hole in the ground.
Right. But you'll take the love.
I'll take the love. With the hate comes the love.
Okay.
You just want an emotional reaction. Love me, hate me, whatever you do, please taste me. I want you to hear that again. Love me, pause, hate me, whatever it is, please. So you say please, so you're respectful. Taste me.
Do you feel one way or the other on the 47.5 total for the Mizzou, South Carolina game?
I'm going to give you my answer and my reasoning both at the same time. I wouldn't touch it because of the forecast. We got a wide delta with precipitation on Saturday night in Columbia.
No, why was that accent needed?
I didn't even notice an accent.
Oh,
it's just natural.
Thank you.
It's a massive sucker bet tonight. All kinds of pressure on McDaniel and Tua. The Fish getting 11.5 a play. Shut your poor mouth, Hochie Papers. It's from Morrison Woods Wacko.
It's the James. Listen, just know when the James Cook prop hits, I want the apologies as loud as the disrespect.
I'm glad we keep that same energy. That's what you said about the Wichita State game?
Yeah.
Or what the hell do they lose to? Drake. And I stayed at the
Drake.
Wichita State Hyatt. State.
Wichita Steak, Hyatt, Regency?
I'm not sure. My son loved the indoor pool, though. I
love indoor
they
pools.
all do.
Huge fan. I honestly like the smell of indoor pools.
Really, that chlorine?
That's
and the
weird, I
humidity
know, but I really like the smell of it.
I didn't know she listened to the show, but Alexandra Daddario says Josh Allen rushing touchdown is a stone-cold lock.
I like that one, too.
Well,
boy, we're starting to really we're starting to diversify our plays tonight.
Josh is married to an actress. Maybe they're friends.
And he is married to, Haley Steinfeld?
Nailed it.
And she was in Crazy Heart?
She was in Sinners most recently, but True Grit is where she grew in popularity.
Yeah.
2010 Coen Brothers movie.
2010. Wow, that long ago.
Yeah.
We can get plus 254 if we put Bills with the 10.5, James Cook rushing yards, and Josh Allen anytime rushing TD.
What's that paying?
Plus 254.
Doug, maybe that's our play. Because we know it's all going to hit, so we might as well get 2.5 to 1 on our dollars.
Money's already in the account.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I mean, we only have so much time.
Right. We got to become touts, man.
What an industry that is. That is the industry. I mean, people get mad at weathermen. What about these guys who don't know a damn? Because the guys who really know what they're doing, they don't publicize it because they don't want to move markets. And in a way, I feel badly for the marks who follow the touts, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, we need those people around.
Oh, yeah.
Was it what Judge Smales said, or was that Ty Webb who said the world needs ditch diggers too, Danny? Was that right?
That's
Smales.
Smales?
Yeah.
That's true. Is being a tout, is that a full-time gig?
Oh.
Can be, yeah.
I mean, what a...
That's Stu Feiner.
Yeah, don't you have some guy on Instagram who has like 3 followers?
Bear down. I'll be honest, the James Cook play was Bear Down's play for tonight.
Oh, I'm off it now.
Guy's
Cook
hot.
under.
Guy's hot. Shout out to Bear Down.
Like to see the YOLO on that deal.
I don't get it enough. I just get plays, and I pay for them.
That's what Vitale says, and he'll drop in 3 different restaurants tomorrow between 8 and 8:30.
Better
Trust
believe
me.
it.
All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up to TMA. New sponsor here on TMA. We welcome aboard Psychiatric Care and Research Center. 40 years in practice and 20 plus years conducting clinical research trials. Dr. John Connelly completed his psychiatric residency at Wash U, where he also served as chief resident. And PCRC is seeking volunteers ages 18 and older for an upcoming clinical research trial. The current studies include anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD. Compensation will be provided to you for your time and your travel. The office is in O'Fallon, Missouri. If you are interested, here is how you can participate and actually make money to participate. 636-244-3593. That's 636-244-3593, or go online at pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals off today. Back in action tomorrow evening, 7:15 first pitch with Sonny Gray on the mound taking on the Brewers. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, Doug, this is it. This Riot's dad has had a really nice September. Very dangerous Riot's dad. This guy's strong, leading the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today with 4 wins. Midge, 2 back. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Social media is such a farce. I mean, look at me. 95-pound blonde fiance who does the Sean T. Insanity workout every morning. 2.5 kids by the virtue of a divorce decree. 5 dogs. You would think I'm pretty happy. Well, think again. And it's you, Doug. No sleep last night. Been thinking of you. Evelyn Champagne King hit the nail on the head because I can't help the way that I feel. I just can't help the way that I feel. Call me Pavlov's dog because it's like somebody filled my britches with LOCTITE expanding foam down my trousers.
Oh.
Whenever you say my government name, that's from Lou Alcindor Block Party.
Lou Alcindor Block Party. He's new.
Welcome to the show. Crazy day. I'm at Silver Dollar City and already ate lunch. 5 corn dogs, 2 orders of Chester's kettle corn chips, and big old funnel cake right out of the grease vat loaded with powdered sugar. That's from Midge.
Midge, with a very brief but to the point email.
Did you read a funnel cake at Silver Dollar City?
Probably.
What, that fire in the hole? Was somebody beheaded on that or not? I don't.
Oh gosh,
that was the whole. That was like
I don't know. It
like
kind of
in the
takes the
1980s.
spice out of the ride.
Right. The 1980s was like, oh, Michael Jackson visited my house to use the bathroom. That was the rumor going around South City along with the fire in the hole thing. I don't know. Now we'll look into it.
Yeah.
Okay. This show is fun. F-U-N. F is for Fertile Loins of Doug Vaughn. What a man. U stands for the unity this program encourages on a daily basis. Martin and Jackie, of course, have an alliance, but there's a deeper union in the love triangle between Kurt, Tim, and Doug. Kurt loves Tim, as we all do, but Tim loves Doug. He invites Doug over to watch Human Centipede, and yet Douglas says he's much too busy to accept. Still, there's a sort of will they or they won't they dynamic that keeps us listeners, well, listening and hoping and praying that they eventually will work out. N is for nonsense. That's what this enterprise is built on, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Well, Big Tough would, but screw that guy. Toodles, that's from Bobby Greenbacks.
Bobby Greenbacks. He's new.
Do we have a dynamic like Sam Malone and Diane on Cheers? And then later, Chris
I don't believe so, nor do I believe I've heard the winner yet of today's email.
What about Midge?
I like Midge.
Midge posted a low number.
Real low.
Tuned into your baseball interview with Matt Holliday this morning. I enjoyed it. Well, most of it. Everything right up to the very end where a throwaway question was lobbed Jackson's way and just stood there and got hit by it. Tim, Jackson, how far do you hit your 7-iron? Jackson, as the crow flies.
155 is what I said.
Silence. Matt, silence. Audience, silence. Jackson, 156 or whatever the hell he muttered stupidly after nobody engaged with his dumb fumbled response.
This isn't true. All of this is untrue.
Nobody asked for wind-adjusted, NASA-calibrated crow flight data. Just answered a stupid question. We just wanted to know how far you hit the ball. Imagine being so allergic to normal conversation that you need to sprinkle in ornithology. Bro, you don't carry at 156 as the crow flies. You blade at 135 as the worm scuttles. Congratulations, Lewis and Clark, but unless you're playing golf in a drone, we're sticking with yards, not bird migration patterns. Know your role and maybe upload a new segment to the app. Growing a bit tired of Kevin Nealon's syndicated interview talking about hiking with a GoPro for 75 minutes straight. That's from Riot's dad. What's up with these suburban dads driving brand new Range Rovers with brush guards and oil cans on the side of the car, adding a Jurassic Park package to a $100,000 whip that's only driven on Ballas Road is bizarro.
Good bad email.
So we have the designer heating. What do you got?
Midge.
Sorry, Jackson. Riot's dad.
Midge.
Oh, God. I'm going to go with Riot's dad.
Dag nabbit, Lucas. Dag nabbit, Lucas.
Designer heating and cooling email today. We got to go. Bye.